How's it going, everybody? Episode number 60 of Heavy Metallurgy coming at you on Friday night. And this is a fun one for me. Oh, shit.
That's it. That's my contribution to the show. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody. Yes. Now that we are demonetized. But thank you, everybody, for hanging out with us tonight. Episode number 60 of Heavy Metallurgy. And we got a fun one tonight. We've got our friend Matt, who we're going to bring on here in just a second. We're going to be ranking and discussing at length the Helloween discography, which Helloween's no stranger to this channel, as many of you know. And some complain about it, some embrace it, and some have had their eyes open to the way of the pumpkin, which I've done my job. And I'm still waiting on the residual checks from the band to come trickling down this way, but that hasn't happened yet. But Alan, before we jump into our guest, how have you been? It's been a busy week.
It's been a busy week, not a bad week. Just a busy week. Took a while getting set up. My son helped me set up the pumpkins in the background.
Oh, shit. I didn't even notice until just now. That's awesome.
Anybody who can guess how many pumpkins are on the shelves behind me gets absolutely nothing. But
there's probably 7, I would guess.
Guess higher.
3, 4, 5, 6. There should have been 7. That would have been, more apropos, I believe. But anyway.
But we've got about 16 albums to get through before the night's over. So
there's 16 pumpkins. I gotcha.
Yes, he had a fun time decorating Daddy's office. Was a little confused that we were doing, Halloween in June, but he was okay with it. He got in the right spirit.
Mel was a party to this, I'm sure.
No, Mel disavowed herself from any and all pumpkin proceedings for the day. It gave her a chance to catch her breath and we shall tend to pumpkins, and you can do something else for 15 minutes.
Right on.
She was grateful for the break.
So before we bring on our guest, just want to say hello to everybody, and the usual rundown. We've got shirts available, link in the description. We've got super chats available if anyone cares to donate. Some people ask, some people donate. It helps us out. Goes towards StreamYard fees and technical stuff like Alan's new mic, and just kind of socking it all away. So one of these days, if something goes to hell or we need something new, we can upgrade and not be dipping into the pockets too much. But again, it's not necessary. We're here whether or not the donations come in. We love doing this, and we love hanging out and talking with you folks.
Indeed.
But without further ado, we're going to bring on one of our favorite guests to Heavy Metallurgy, the brilliant and talented Matt from The Dark Path. How's it going, my friend?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Excellent day.
Doing good.
And so I brought a visual aid, and it kind of goes along with Pumpkinhead up there, but I got mine all mashed up right here. I feed this to my dog so he doesn't get the trots. So here you go.
What the hell are the trots?
The shits, man.
Oh, right on. Okay. You'd think that would make it worse, but what do I know?
It's all the fiber. Pumpkins have a lot of fiber in them, so firms you up.
Yep. Oh my gosh. Already they're calling us out here. Let's see. Chameleon already.
Oh, I've got it. Don't you worry. It's here. We're gonna finally get into why I show this every single time I'm on this show. It's not only to annoy Alan, it's to put it at number 1 on the list here tonight, just to really, really get you guys.
Yeah. So anybody else want to come hop in here and join Marty and I for the next 4 hours while we talk about Helloween? Matt's already disqualified himself. We'll give you one more chance, mister. One more chance.
Tough. Alan has the administrative power. He can do whatever he wants.
I shall be a kind of benevolent god first.
Well, about a month or so ago, last time Matt was on, we laid the groundwork for this grand scheme here of this ranking. And of all of our guests that we've had come on, I think I got my hooks into Matt the deepest as far as getting him turned on to some albums that he might not have heard of beforehand. And he has seen the light, so to speak. And Matt, we're very glad to have you on. This is the perfect episode for you to come back on, I think.
Well, we'll see about that. You're putting me on too high of a pedestal there, but
and for anybody that has
I am not a lifelong fan of Helloween like the two of you guys are. You know, like you said, a lot of this love of Helloween did come from your recommendations and talking to you about stuff. But yeah, they have become a band that I wish I listened to a lot more growing up. So.
Hey, Yacht Rock guy, you're too kind, man. Thank you so much.
Thanks. That's really cool that the show kind of helped you with your trek there. That's a long haul.
Yeah, and I'm sure we chewed up your data stream, so you probably should have saved that for Verizon. But thank you anyway. We really appreciate it, man. Appreciate you. Thanks so much. And yes, and if anybody is unfamiliar with The Dark Path, there is a link in the description to get to Matt's channel. He is a master of explaining music, and not only does he do a lot of deep dives into a bunch of different genres, not just metal, but also his collection updates. I know he says that collection updates, I think he gets a little frustrated. He puts so much work into his deep dive series, and yet it's the collection updates that ring so true in his viewer count. But I'll be honest with you, Matt. I was going to talk to you about this offline, but now that I've got you here, I might as well prop you up a little bit here and say that you do a great job in the collection updates. You listen to all your shit, and you have a lot of things to say about each release. So I come away from your collection updates having learned something, and a lot of people don't do that. So, I mean, you wonder why people are so tuned on to your collection updates. It's because you do such a good job at them. So that's off to you, my friend. Good job.
So are you saying all the other things that I try that fail, it's because I suck at it and I should just stick to collection updates?
No, you do great at those as well. I'm just saying that, people that might not be, people that are not necessarily into industrial music or electronic music may not, be super quick to want to jump in and hear a guy talk about it for an hour. But
true, yeah.
Yeah,
it's
Matt does a great job on all of those. Even the bands I don't know as well or may not be as interested in, I'll still listen to Matt's videos just because it's going to be very informative and entertaining, and I'll learn something. And I may go check out a few more songs by a band that maybe didn't give a fair chance before. So yeah, he does a killer job on those. If you haven't been watching those, go do that this weekend while you're relaxing. It's go on down the dark path and check out some of Matt's cool content.
Well, I certainly appreciate all the love, everybody. It is
people are giving the love, man. The love.
You guys need to step off just a little bit. I mean, I'm just a bald man on the internet. Come on, man.
He's not gonna be able to get out of his room. His head's expanding. He got to butter his ears to get through the damn door.
It's so big. Look at it. Oh, it's massive. But yeah, man. So Helloween. Let's get into
Helloween. We're here. And before we jump into the whys and the what fors, I just want to say that Helloween was founded in 1984 in Hamburg, Germany by members of the bands Iron Fist, Gentry, Second Hell, and Powerful, which the original lineup is Kai Hansen, Marcus Grosskopf, Michael Weiketh, and Ingo Schwichtenberg. And they put out the debut album, self-titled. It's an EP. Came out in 1985, and this is an amazing birth upon the world, we'll say. 5-song EP. Some of their best songs that they did early on in the speed metal era: Starlight, Murder, Warrior, Victim of Fate, Cry for Freedom. Absolutely scathing EP. Amazing first statement. We're not going to be ranking this album tonight, nor will we be ranking the album Unarmed, nor will we be ranking the Metal Jukebox album. But I do want to say, Matt, let's talk about your introduction into Helloween and where are you at with this band in 2022?
Yeah, I just wanted to, I don't know if you heard me, but we're not doing the live albums either. So,
right.
Yeah. So basically, we got 16 full-length 18 or 16 albums of awesome. So, yeah. Yep.
My start with Helloween, honestly, it's fairly new in the grand scheme of things. I've probably only been, or would consider myself, a fan of the band for maybe the past 5 years, and I never really bothered to listen to them until I read this book by David Gelke,
Huge.
Damned Machine. And this is a great book, and
Fucking
just
awesome.
the
Super nice guy too.
Yes.
yeah, I've seen his episodes where he's been on here, but I mean, just the contentious relationship that Noise and Helloween had, it compelled me to check them out finally and see why they were considered the most popular, biggest band on this label, on Noise Records, and what was the seeds of all of that animosity and hate between Noise Records and the band. So yeah, I jumped right in, and I jumped in with Keeper of the Seven Keys. I can't remember if it was the first one or the second one that I heard first, but I do prefer one over the other, and we'll get to that when we get there. But yeah, I kind of started there, and I was a big fan of those records. I checked out Walls of Jericho, loved that as well. Even Pink Bubbles and Chameleon, but that's pretty much where I stopped, was at the end of the Kiska era. And it took Marty's video that he did. I don't know, when did you do that video where you did the deep dive on the Deris era?
It was during the pandemic era, so it was in 2000 when everybody was kind of quarantined. That's when I was stepping up my video game a little bit.
Yeah, I want to say
it's
it was
one of my
like
favorite
2 years
videos I've
ago.
done. Yeah, it was one of the favorite videos I've done.
Yeah. But it really took that video and just talking to Marty, off screen. And yeah, it got me into checking out the Deris stuff. And I'm a big fan of a lot of it. And yeah, we're going to get into it. But that's pretty much how I got into the band. It was because of good writing and good friends. And that's about it.
Right on. How about you, Alan? Same question.
Best way to get into Helloween, right?
Yep. Same question to you, Alan. What was your dark descent into the dark ride, or whatever pun I was gonna throw at you and I fucked up?
It's all good. Very, very different from Matt's. I got into this band back in high school, probably around, I'm thinking it was early 1990, plus or minus a little bit. But I picked up a random compilation album, literally at a truck stop, stopping to take a piss somewhere, coming back from God knows where. They had, the $4.99 pile of cassettes up there on the counter, and one of them was called Thrash Metal. Sold $5, popped it in, listened to it the rest of the way home. And then the first track on side 2 was by this band called Helloween. I'd heard the name a couple of times. I'd seen some of their, cassettes at Camelot and other record stores, but had never heard the band. And it had the song I'm Alive on it, and it came on and it blew me away. And so the next time I had a chance to get out to a city that actually had record stores, I picked up a Helloween album and instantly fell in love with it, played it to death, started picking up more of their stuff whenever I had the chance to. And yeah, became a very huge fan of all the band's early stuff. I kept up with them through most of the 90s. But by the end of the 90s, I had gotten kind of burned out. The lineup changes had occurred. I wasn't listening to quite as much power metal. And I just didn't think Helloween necessarily they weren't keeping my interest very good at that point, let's say. I thought there were other power metal bands that had kind of surpassed them. I was listening to more extreme forms of metal more often. And so I kind of hopped off the pumpkin wagon for a good long time. And yeah, it's really been past year or two that, again, now here is where my story is similar to Matt's, that, with Marty's video on the Deris era and, kind of constantly promoting those albums, that I've went back and, checked out more of those and started to, fill in some of the gaps and realize, okay, there's more of this that actually is pretty good than not. Yeah, there's albums I like. There's albums, that aren't quite as good as others. But yeah, the bottom line with a lot of the Deris stuff, I never had anything against Andy personally. It was never the, oh, how could he ever, take, Kiska's place, in the band. But Michael Kiska is my favorite metal vocalist of all time. And so it doesn't really matter who you bring in after that. It's going to be hard to adapt and like the material on the same level. And so that's always been a thing. I think Andy's a good vocalist. He's got kind of a distinctive voice. And interestingly, his range is kind of in between Kai's original very raspy vocals.
Yeah.
And, Michael's, much more clearing vocals. And Andy's a little bit in between those two. He's worked well for the band. I mean, he's been the anchor for that band, helped keep them on course now for decades. So all the props in the world to him for that. But yeah, it's just that, had to step away from Helloween for a while and then kind of come back to them. And they've had, a very good legacy overall, as we'll see tonight. There's, a ton of their albums that, I do like. There's sort of a pattern we'll get into with their albums, though, where almost every album you can find some real killer songs on, just 5-star great stuff on almost every album. But you can also usually find one or two real duds on every album. It can be a little infuriating that the albums tend to have a big range on a lot of them, where it's just like, this song kills, and they followed up with a song that you just like kind of face palm or dive into the pumpkin pie head first and just try to hide your shame at how bad some other songs are too. But yeah, it's kind of been my take with it overall through the years. The early stuff ranks among my favorite heavy metal ever recorded. There's a difficult period, and then there's a long period of actually very consistent stuff that has, I think, gone overlooked by a lot of fans for a long time. And we'll talk about a lot of that tonight.
For me, it was a Doomsday News debut Doomsday News comp the Noise put out, Starlight. I think that started the album off, actually. I think, or was that side 2? I can't remember it right off the top of my head, but blew me away as a young guy into the fast and heavy music at the time. Helloween really stood apart from the rest of the bands on that record. I couldn't, Walls of Jericho was my debut purchase from the band, and it blew me away. The song Ride the Sky, still to this day, one of the best metal songs ever written, as far as I'm concerned. Other people will debate me on that, but that song is a masterstroke of speed metal with a huge dose of melody injected into it. And I was captivated, completely in love. Bought Keepers of One when it came out, was kind of taken by a loop because there was a definite change in direction, but the strength of a young 18-year-old Michael Kiska blew me away. His vocals were so amazing. Love the Keepers albums. And that is kind of where I fell off for the fact that Chameleon didn't get any stateside push back then. It was an import or a Japanese import, and it'd be $25-$30 and you see it in the catalogs. And at that point, what year was that? Let me look here. Pink Bubbles was 91. And that's when my shift off of traditional metal and speed metal and thrash metal was starting to look towards, Sweden, and heavier death metal was coming in. Didn't really hear those albums until much later, but I ended up hearing, I think, Master of the Rings, parts of Master of the Rings with Deris, his first soiree into the band, and I'm like, oh, it's not Kiska. I'm not interested. This guy has got a more of an effeminate tone. The music's a little more commercial. I heard a couple songs, just went meh, whatever. I'm into the cult stuff. I'm into the heavy death metal stuff. I'm into the black metal stuff that's coming out. What the fuck, whatever. I'll always love the early things, but anything afterwards, it's just too commercial for me. Well, swing it back around to 2019, the band reunites with Kiska and Hansen, and they do a bunch of festival gigs. They do a single. They were touring, and this right here, United Alive, is the product of that jaunt. And I was watching a live feed from Wacken when they were playing for this era. And I'm watching the Deris stuff, and I'm like, wow, this guy can really sing. Wow, I really like these songs. Huh. So I think I just randomly went on eBay. I'm like, I'm going to check out a Deris album, and I'm like, holy shit, there's a lot of them. What the fuck? So I think I just randomly bought Seven Sinners. I got it, and it didn't leave my car stereo for 3 weeks. And then it was just a rapid consumption of anything I could find Deris. And come to find out, I loved all of the albums. I loved his character. I think, he's not Michael Kiske, but he is the singer they needed to fill in Kiske's vocals. He can sing up there in the higher register. He can sing, gritty and mean. He can, has a bluesy feel, and ballads, which, people like the harder guys like ballads, whatever. They're so stupid, but Helloween can write a good fucking ballad, and they have a lot. And there's a lot of good ballads on a lot of their stuff. The guy is a versatile weapon. I ended up falling completely in love with all of the Deris records. My kid did too, which was even a bigger sell for me because he wanted to listen to it in the car. So I'm like, okay, cool. And I drank the Kool-Aid, man. And I'm like telling myself, why did I let myself go so many years denying myself of this great music? Because it is great music. It's uplifting. They're not a downer band. They're a band that gives you that, that little bit of a jolt of positivity. Sometimes a little bit of silliness. But the thing of it is, it's all Helloween. It's superior musicianship, superior songwriting. Whether you like all the songs on the album or not, it still sounds like Helloween to me. And the fact that the band has been going since 1984, it's a testament to the musicianship, their talent, their passion, and, dedication to what they do. And if they're not one of my top 5 favorite bands, they might be the top. I mean, I know I said Kiss is my favorite band. I mean, the top 1 and 2 always changes, but they're a fucking fantastic band. And, I will say before we jump into this thing, we're all going to have our turn here. In fact, I'm just going to let Matt go here with his turn. We're going to start with you, Matt. I could talk about this band all fucking night, which we're going to, but we're going to leave it to you. We're going to let you start. We're going to let you start.
Starting at number 16,
Mm-hmm.
if we were going to include everything that the band has done, my number 16 would be that Unarmed album.
I agree 100%.
I hate that record so much, and I'm glad we don't have to talk about it. It's a band saying, like, here's everyone's favorite songs that we've done. Let's make them into jazz standards, and
let's make them shitty.
Let's make them it's terrible, and that's all I'll say about that.
Let's make a good song and make it shitty.
We'll make you hate something you love.
Yeah, it's so bad. Maybe we should have all bought it and showed it on this thing.
It's like shitting on a pizza. You still want to eat the pizza, but there's shit on it.
It's still pizza. It's still pizza, right?
You can always taste a little of the shit after you scrape it off.
You guys like pizza dangerously much.
Even if it's bad pizza, it's still pizza.
I mean, it's still pizza. So I don't know. I'll preface that numbers 16 through 13. I like these records. I'm not saying they're bad records. This is just where they fall in the total ranking. And my number 16 is Keeper of the Seven Keys, The Legacy. This is the one that comes to my bottom. And this record and the next 3 that I'm going to show, they're all albums that have great songs, but I never think to listen to these records. Like when I'm in the mood to listen to Helloween, I don't pull for Keeper 3. I'm going to pull 1 or 2, and that makes this one fall to the bottom of the list for me because this is the one that occurs to me the absolute least to listen to. Anytime I put this in, I know I hear great songs on it. I can't name them. I don't know which ones are my favorite songs off this record. So yeah, it goes to the bottom, and it has 2 things that really annoys me too. It is a double album, but if you total up the total playing time, they could have fit it onto one 80-minute disc. So I don't know why they did this unless they knew they could get a few extra dollars from people for it. I don't know. And the fact that they call it Keeper of the Seven Keys, it sounds nothing at all like the Keeper albums. It doesn't feel like a sequel to it. It feels like it's a record label saying, put that on the album, we'll make it a double disc, and we'll make $1 million. And I just find that offensive a little bit. But there are great songs on here. It just falls to the bottom of the list for me because I never think to listen to it. So
I will say that was going to be my 16 as well for a long time. but the last 2 weeks I've been really cramming it, and it really grew on me a lot. It moved up the list quite a bit in the last couple of weeks. It's not a bad album. It's just I was the same way. I felt the same way as you did, exactly.
Yeah,
Down to the last
not
fucking
saying
point.
it's a bad album. Not saying it's a bad album at all. It's just, there's 10 albums with Kiss being the lead vocalist, and some of them are just going to fall to the bottom because he's not Kiss. So that's a casualty.
Right on. All right, Alan, you're number 16. Let me guess. Survey says Chameleon.
Easiest question ever. Yeah, it's definitely Chameleon. It's one of only 3 Helloween albums I don't own a physical copy of at this point, and I'll try to be nice and mature about this. The real problem with Chameleon is that it's Helloween trying their darndest to not be Helloween. They're trying to do everything except what brought them to the table in the first place. You've got musicians who are not on the same page. They're not even in the same book with one another anymore by that stage. And they're just trying out a million different musical directions and hoping something sticks. And they try 12 times on this album for 71 minutes, and not a damn bit of it stuck. It's funny, something occurred to me over the past couple of weeks, and I did replay this album just maybe a month or two ago hey, maybe it's grown on me. Maybe I should give it another chance. No, it's still a turd sitting on the street. But something that really occurred to me is that it's a little funny because when American metal fans talk about the 90s, the dark days after the Black Album and how weird the American metal scene got, you always hear European metal fans kind of puff up their chest a little bit and be like, well, our bands didn't do that. Our steel remained true. Running Wild stayed the course. Rage kept putting out great albums. All was fine here. We didn't buy into commercialism and grunge and radio airplay and all that stuff. But there's an exception that they never mention, and it's Helloween, the biggest band in the European metal scene at that time. That band completely fell apart and started doing all kinds of weird, much more commercial-friendly crap on this album, hoping to go somewhere completely different than where they'd been. They were the band that kind of sold out on the Euro metal scene in 1993, that same year we've talked about a lot in recent episodes, where metal went weird. And the European crowd are always quick to say that, no, we were doing just fine over here. Helloween, your biggest export, it was not doing well in 1993 at all. So that's it. I want to be a big boy and not go too crazy on this one. But yeah, there's no cohesion here. There's no direction. And there's really nothing that even sounds like a Helloween song. Even with Michael Kiska's great, talent, I still don't want to listen to this album, even with him singing. And I'll listen to Michael Kiske sing almost anything, but I won't listen to this. 0 out of 10, F- of an album. Total disaster of an album.
F-.
F-. 0
Is
out
that
of 10.
is that your typo negative cover band F-?
It's F-. It is forced to sing covers of Chameleon songs. Red Fox and The Smell of Trees, the extended jam version on the Unarmed Jazz Fusion remix. Think about it.
Okay. Well,
Right,
thank
Marty,
you.
what you got last?
Thank you for that. Alan.
Does everybody now see why I show this every single time I'm on Heavy Metallurgy?
Right?
That was why. That was why.
That's right. And that was a very tame. He didn't get all fired up. I'm really surprised at his restraint in this.
I think that was the first or second time I showed Chameleon. That's when he really went off. It was early on, and then I think he was over it after that. But
We're professionals here at Heavy Metallurgy, so
Yeah,
we can calmly and rationally discuss the albums that perhaps don't quite meet our mediocre standards. Yeah, good for me. Hey, thank you, Simon. That's really cool.
Hey,
man.
Simon. Thanks, man.
Glad you were able to join us tonight.
Hello,
All right,
Bucks.
Marty, you got to start somewhere. What's at the bottom of that pumpkin barrel
All
for
right.
you?
I want to start this off by saying I perseverated over this list in my head, thinking it was going to be fucking terrible to come up with all this stuff. Come rank these albums in some sort of a working list that I'm happy with. But when it came down to it today, I kind of realized that, you know what? I don't hate any of these Helloween records. Yeah, I've got a number 16 on my list. Do I hate the record? It's my least favorite of the batch, but is it a terrible record? All right, I'm going with Chameleon. This album is, as Alan so eloquently stated in a very restrained, respectful manner, this is a mess, and the band was a mess at the time. This is essentially 3 guys' solo album crammed together onto one record. And I was just listening to it today before we logged on here, chatting with all you folks that were in the chat early. Cheers to the diehards. But this album, I take it more as an experiment in musical freedom. It's a band that's been run up the rails, down the rails in court, trying to get the rights to their shit and to move on from Noise Records. By musical freedom, Alan laughs, and I see why he laughs, because it's kind of fun to say that. But here's a band that just is frustrated, they're burnout, and it sounds like them jamming and fucking around. If you look at it, it's a very experimental record. There's a lot of rock on here. There's a lot of horns on here, like a horn accompaniment stuff. It is bizarro world for Helloween. I mean, if I would have bought this back in the day, it would have probably went right in the toilet, in the trash. It would have went right in the trash. This would have been garbage. Now I can listen to it. There's still talent on display here. Kiska is a weapon in any theater. And even though he's doing, kind of stuff a little closer to his heart at this point, show tunes and, big band type stuff and just weird rock wanderings, I still like this album. I don't hate it. I don't listen to it a lot. This is the second time I've listened to it in probably a year. It's not going to be at the top of my list, but something had to be at the bottom, and this for me was the bottom. And it's a bummer. I mean, I think it's Ingo's last album with the band. He was experiencing some, let's see here. This is
yeah, Ingo took all the legal troubles and the hiatus really, really hard and kind of fell into some addictive problems while
plus
the band was kind of on the back burner. Because he was I think it was the book, Matt, that you showed earlier. They mentioned that, a lot of the other guys kind of did other musical projects and stuff to keep busy. Ingo was the one guy who didn't really have anything else going on. So he basically sat at home for a couple of years and developed some very destructive habits. And never really recovered from them, unfortunately.
Plus, he also had he also had schizophrenia, which started due to the alcoholism and the other stuff that was going on. It became a problem, and that's one of the reasons why the band got rid of him. And they dedicated, after Ingo took his own life some years later, they dedicated, I think, Better Than Raw to him, which, was a friend and a brother since the beginning. And what an amazing fucking drummer! Holy shit! You listen to his drum work on all the Keepers records, the early stuff. He was a beast, man. Like Eagle Fly Free, the drum line in that shit is off the charts amazing. And there's like online, you can go on YouTube and watch him playing. There's like video footage of him just playing that song. It's amazing. He was an amazing drummer, an amazing talent. And I'm sure an album like this really wasn't what he wanted to do at the time. He was just the drummer on the along for the ride at that point. And this is what all the writing members of the band were bringing to the table. I'm sure that didn't help the situation at all. But anyway, that was my number 16, Chameleon. But we're back to Matt. Number 15.
So Chameleon's going to be somewhere else on my list. And hopefully you guys won't all shoot me when I get to it.
Nothing but love.
My number 15, I mean, just like Keeper the Legacy, I mean, I feel bad that this has to be this low because it's not a bad album. It's just another one that kind of gets lost in the shuffle for me, and that's Gambling with the Devil.
That's a good album, man. You need to spend more time with it.
It's a good. I'm not saying it's bad. There's just other ones I like a little bit more than
right on.
One.
No, all good.
I love the first few songs. I mean, Kill It, The Saints, As Long As I Fall. I love that song. But
it's a great song.
It's a great song, but yeah, it's just another one that gets lost in the shovel. When I'm in the mood for Helloween, I don't say I'm going to listen to Gambling with the Devil. I listen to something else. So yeah, it just falls to the bottom, but still totally worth listening to. I think just like you said with Seven Sinners, you know, I think of these Deris albums, you could throw a dart at one, just pick one, listen to it, and you're gonna enjoy it. You just have to get over the fact that it's not Michael Kiske, you know, it's something totally different. And I think this is one that would take that dart very well. So it just had to fall somewhere. So here it is. Gambling with the Devil.
Right on. Alan.
All right. For my number 15. And yeah, I'll presage this too. I'm going to have some albums in very different positions than Matt, it appears, but I get it. A lot of the catalog is kind of consistent, and it is, you know, my bottom one or two were pretty clear. My top 2 or 3 are very clear. The middle is kind of hard to separate out. And this is, of all the rankings we've done, I think this is the one that will probably be most fluid over time. So, you know, I get that there's going to be some good albums ranked low and some albums I may not rank as high that could be higher. So yeah, I'm not going to razz folks too much for their rankings tonight, because I get it. It was actually a pretty difficult discography to try to rank. For me, having gone through all this stuff again, and again, just so folks know, we've been planning this with Matt for several weeks, probably a couple of months at this point. So, we've all had time to revisit and digest things. 15 kind of surprised me, but I have Pink Bubbles Go Ape at 15 today. And I've always defended this album as being all right. It was one that came out after a long delay. After Keepers 2, Helloween was really taking the heavy metal world by storm. They had, big labels working with them. They were very much being billed as the next Iron Maiden. And then, the lawsuits began and everything, the bottom just fell out, and it took a long time to get this album out, and it didn't get out in a lot of places. Even as, big a Helloween fan as I was, I didn't even know this album existed until 1993. I might have found out about it at the tail end of 92. I think it was early 93. A buddy of mine in college had it. It was like, holy shit, they finally did get another album out. And I had to go down to the independent record store and have them order a copy of it. Paid, a ridiculous amount of money for something that took about 4 or 5 weeks to arrive. That's what the pre-eBay world was like. And, as such, you're damn right, I played this album a lot, and I tried everything I could to like it as much as I could. And it has its moments. There are some good tracks on here. Even right away, we're starting with this pattern of there are some great tracks on this album, but there are some duds on this album too. But what I found revisiting it over the past few weeks is that it hasn't aged very well compared to other albums in their catalog. You looking at it, Kids of the Century is, still a very good opener. I like that. The Chance is the big, solid, great classic Helloween track on here. Some of the ballad stuff, like Your Turn is a pretty one, but it's
Back on the Streets is a good song too, man.
Back on the Streets is okay. Yeah. There are some here and there, but then you also have stuff like Heavy Metal Hamsters, which is way too for its own good. I don't mind a lot
it's
of
the Dr. Steen of the album. It's the Dr. Steen of the album.
But Dr. Steen is fun, and this song is just lame. There's a very fine line between the two, I know. And here they really miss the mark when they start going weird. And you get the feeling they're trying. It's almost like they're trying a little too hard and missing the mark. Even with the album cover, with the lady staring at the fish and the hall, and it's just like, you're trying to be a bad mashup of like Pink Floyd but funny, and that doesn't work. I just didn't. A lot of these other songs too. I'm Doing Fine, Crazy Man, pass. Mankind, I can pass. They just don't hold up very well. So at the time, yes, I stood up, defended this album, gave it the thumbs up. Looking back on it with a lot of hindsight now, it's not a particularly strong album for me. It has a few good tracks, but boy, everything in between them is very, very, very skippable. This is an album, when it comes down to it, I don't want to hear the whole album. I want to hear the 2 or 3 songs that I really dig, and the rest of the time I just want to skip right on past the rest. And that's what made the bubbles sink down here close to the bottom. So I got Pink Bubbles at number 15. And so now, Marty, what do you got number 15?
I've got Pink Bubbles.
Okay.
There's a cover for anybody who wants to see it. Lady About to Kiss a Fish. This album, I don't hate it. I love half of it because it feels like it's right on track with a lot of what came before. The other half, like Alan said, is just, it's very kind of, they're lost. Mankind, I'm doing fine, Crazy Man. The Chances, killer. Kids of the Century's killer. Back on the Streets, killer. Number One's killer. Heavy Metal Hamsters, I like it even though it's really stupid. It's just stupid. It's catchy. But there's, a good chunk of the album that's really kind of lost. And this is Roland Grapau's first album with the band after Kai Hansen left after Keeper 2. He moved on to form the band Gamma Ray, which we've talked about a lot on this channel as well. Another great band eventually. Roland was actually a very good replacement for Kai. He's an excellent guitar player. He kind of, for you people out there that play guitar, he always had a Fender Strat. And you can hear that in the recording, in the mix, in his solos. It's very cleaner sound. A Strat just has a distinctive tone to it. And he brought that to the table in it. But still, the songs he would bring to the band eventually were great. And he went on to form another band after he left the band called Master Plan. We've got Aeronautics, their second album. This is their debut, the self-titled, with Jorn Landa on vocals. These are amazing albums. Both of these albums are fantastic.
Great man, great album.
Yep. Jorn has a great bluesy tone, an amazing singer. Like I keep saying, it's like a heavy metal Foreigner, but people might go, ooh, but I don't know. It works on this. But anyway, Pink Bubbles go away. I don't hate the record. I will pull it out and listen to it on occasion and like it. I listen to it more than I listen to Chameleon. I do enjoy the album, but it's my number 15. Back to Matt. Number 14. Moving along.
All right. Well, keeping with everything else, the bottom 4 for me are sadly all Deris albums, and Straight Outta Hell is next on my list. Again,
great album.
Fine album. There's nothing wrong with this record at all, but I just don't hate Chameleon and Pink Bubbles as much as the rest of the world does. And this one, I mean, there's just something about this one. I don't know. I listen to this one more than I do Gambling with the Devil and Keeper 3. I really love the first song on here, the Mabatea, whatever it is. I just love the Middle Eastern vibe of that song. And the rest of the record, it doesn't sound like that song really, but it's good. I mean, I enjoy everything on here, but it's, again, just one I don't think of pulling when I'm in the Helloween mood. So I'd listen to this more than the other two, mainly because of Metallurgy, whatever the hell it is. But yeah, so here we are with number 14.
Yep.
Yeah, number 14. Straight Outta Hell.
Matt is placing Chameleon as his number 1 mainly to piss off Alan.
I was so tempted. I'm so tempted to do it anyway, just to do it. But yeah. And yes, I am pulling a gall. When I drink red wine, I just don't drink as much. So I'm trying to not get too hammered tonight. So glass of red wine. There you go.
All right, Mr. Allen, you're number 14.
All right. Number 14 is the first Helloween album I did not buy when it came out new after I got into the band. Again, I kept up with them for most of the 90s, but after that, I hopped off. When other folks went on the Dark Ride, I did not go along. And the Dark Ride, I've since heard it and picked it up. But yeah, this is where I can start showing things too. But the Dark Ride for me is number 14. And reasons this one falls down here. First, it doesn't really have any songs I consider like, top tier, put it on the best of album.
The Departed. I disagree. The song The Departed is fucking awesome. Great.
It's a good song. I don't like it as much as you do, but that's fine.
So good.
The album starts pretty good. Now, I mean, it's got good songs on it. Mr. Torture is actually not bad, despite the weird name. All Over the Nations is a good track like that. A couple of them towards the end are pretty good. Don't mind We Damn the Night or stuff. The middle of this album, though, really drags me down. I do not like Escalation 666 at all. Yeah. I don't like Mirror Mirror. If I Could Fly is okay, I guess.
Oh, that's the Deris hit single of the...
Yeah. And just the fact that it's following two real lame songs, that's not the time I want. It's like, let's get this, party back on the road or something here. So yeah, it's not until you get to like Salvation. Now Salvation I like. That's a very, very good song. But yeah, the middle, then you also have like I Live for Your Pain. It's just like, I don't like that song. The album has a weird vibe overall. It leans a little bit groovy, maybe slightly grungy. Not, you would never call it a grunge or a groove album. Don't get me wrong, but it definitely has a different feel than a lot of other Helloween albums. Marty, I think you've told me that some of the members of the band actually rank this as their least favorite. Looking back on it,
Liketh was saying he didn't like them being dark.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny because when this came out, because of the title and the cover, everybody's like, "Ooh, is it going to be really dark?" It's not exceptionally dark. I mean, they're not going black metal or grindcore or corpse grinder or anything here. But even things like songs like "I Live for Your Pain." That's a weird fucking title for this band, Escalation 666. This is not a band that ever really, tries to play on those, cheap satanic themes a lot. So yeah, it has a very weird vibe to it. And so while it's not a horrible album, the overall vibe of it just doesn't sit quite right with me. So not terrible, but I knew this one would definitely rank pretty low, and as such, I've got it down here at number 14. So that's the Dark Ride for me. Marty, what have you got at number 14?
Well, number 14. This album would have ranked, as I mentioned earlier, much lower than it ended up, but I spent a lot of time with it the last couple of weeks because I realized initially I never fully clicked with it. So I never hated it. It just didn't really, like Matt said, it's not one of those albums with 16 albums to reach for. I don't reach for this album, but I've been, trying to make a conscious decision to do so, and it paid off. And I'm talking about Keeper of the Seven Keys, The Legacy. I don't hate this record, and The King for 1,000 Years is a great opener. I really don't like the song Mrs. God that much. It's a typical Deris, kind of a more commercial poppy song, but it's just a little too cheesy for me. But it's also another, they did a video for it, Light the Universe. It's got Candace Knight from Blackmore's Night. It's a good song. It's just weird.
I think they did a video for that one.
They did a video for that one for sure. Yeah. And this is also notable, Daniel Lobel's first album with Helloween. He came on with the band during the Rabbit Don't Come Easy tour. They were having problems with their drummer. They couldn't play fast enough, so they got rid of him and hooked up with this Daniel Lobel guy who remains to be in the band this day. He is a fucking machine, absolute workhorse, amazing drummer. They finally have a perfect successor to Ingo's talent, and he's great. But I can't sit here. I do like Pleasure Drone. It's a little different, but I like that song. Occasion Avenue. I mean, there's some really great songs on here. It has just taken me a lot of time to sit with it. It just did not initially click with me like the rest of the Deris era did. And the fact that they tried to do the whole, if we put the Keepers tag on here, it'll, people will come around to it. And if you really look at the cover from a distance, you think, oh, that looks pretty sweet. Until you start looking at the computer generated bullshit they got going on here. It's just like the Straight Outta Hell and Gambling with the Devil. Whoever their artist was, man, they needed to shoot that guy into space with Aerosmith. Sorry to all the Aerosmith fans in the chat, but not an Aerosmith guy. Good album, but it's my number 14. Matt, we're back to number 13.
All right, number 13. I know you love this one, Marty. I know you do, but
I probably do.
Yeah.
bastard.
Rabbit Don't Come Easy.
It's a great album, man. You need to spend more time with it. It's so good. It's a good album.
You keep saying that, and I have spent a lot of time with these records.
Not enough, apparently.
There are ones that I enjoy, and I will tell you my reasons why when we get there. Calm down.
It's okay. It's okay.
Rabbit Don't Come Easy. It suffers the exact same thing that these records do from Helloween for me. They're like, as a whole, they are great records, but there's no real song other than that one that I mispronounce all the time. There's nothing that jumps out at me as one that I think makes me want to listen to that record. And Rabbit Don't Come Easy is the last album that happens to me for. But I don't know, man. I don't know what to say other than risking repeating myself for the past three I've talked about. But all four of these records, they share the same stigma, unfortunately. And it's always really bothered me too that the cufflinks are the wrong way. What is the deal with that?
There's a lot of, if that's the only thing that you take away from bothering you on that fucking cover, you need to go get an eye test and then reevaluate it.
I mean, can we just take a minute here to talk about, like you said, the terrible artwork choices that this band picks?
Fucking terrible.
I mean, terrible.
Better, but still terrible.
The worst out of all of them.
Terrible.
It's hard to find a good one from the 90s or the aughts or even the 10s. There's a long stretch of really subpar cover art. Folks have mentioned it in the chat. And
I mean, it's like Dance of Death quality.
Yeah, it looks like the same fucking guy. I would bet it's the same fucking guy. It probably is the same guy.
And you know, I don't want the artwork to be the reason why that puts those at the bottom, but yeah, I mean, call a spade here. That's probably part of the reason. It's just, I don't know. They just don't jump out at me as ones to listen to. And the artwork, you know, artwork is important, and that's just one of the things that can drop an album to the bottom if it's one you don't listen to with the same frequency as you do others. So
Aaron. All right, Alan, you're number 13.
All right, Matthew, we have to talk for a moment because we're on the same page. Rabbit don't come any easier than number 13. Yeah, kind of the same issues here. This one starts out quite promising. I like the opening pair of tracks. Just a Little Time. That's a really good. Just a Little Sign. Great song.
Open Your Life is a great song.
Great. That's a Sasha song. It's a great song.
Even the tune, not bad. But then the album really loses steam until you get way down towards the end.
Hold on. I'm pulling up the track listing. You guys are fucking smoking some seriously.
Hell was made in heaven.
Terrible. That's a good. That's a Marcus Groskopf song. That's a good song.
Yeah, but there were like 5 or 6 songs in between there where it's just kind of like. Liar is kind of strangely a little over the top-ish.
Sun for the World's a great song. Don't Stop Being Crazy is a good song.
Oh, no, it's not, son. No, it's not.
Oh, my God.
Don't Stop Being Crazy is...
Listen to the Flies is a good song. Come on, man.
No, it's not.
Do your versions of the album come with the bonus cover tracks?
No, mine doesn't. Oh, wait.
Yeah, mine they cover Fast as a Shark and Sheer Heart Attack, so...
Nope, don't have those on this copy. But the artwork's stupid, but the artwork on Helloween albums was almost always stupid after Keeper's Part 2. There's a few good songs on here. Those 2 or 3 songs, I'd put that on the Helloween best of. But this is another album where I don't really want to sit through the whole thing. I'll play the songs I like. If the rest of it's playing in the background, fine, but I can guarantee you there's going to be about 20 to 30 minutes of this album that I just zone out on and focus on. Hey, let's grade these papers with a little more attentively right now. It's okay, but no, and folks may be noticing that, as I rank these albums they did right there in the early part of, the aughts, turn of the century. I feel like they had a little trouble. I don't know if it was, the lineup issues kind of trying to get the right combination of folks or what, but it just seemed like they had trouble getting a real strong, consistent album out during those years on my list anyway. But that's enough for me. Marty, what you got at number 13? I'm guessing it's not Rabbit Don't Come Easy.
Nah. Straight Out of Hell for me. And it really kind of bums me out to put this at number 13 just because my kid loves this record. I've listened to this record a lot. I've had a lot of time to absorb every note and scream and croon on this record. I love it. I think it's a great record. Navatia, World of War, great song. Hey Now or Live Now, great song. Waiting for the Thunder, again, the commercial Deris song, great hook, great chorus, great song. Wanna Be God, that's a throwaway track. Asshole is a Sasha song, that's a throwaway track. But the rest of it, May Fire Catch the Fly, Church Breaks Down. I don't know. It's a solid record. Is it the best Deris album? No, but it's really solid. I really enjoy everything except for maybe a couple songs. Great album. I've listened to it a lot. You guys have no idea. My kid connected to it. This and Gambling with the Devil, pretty hard. Anyway,
which one's his favorite?
I would say the new one. The new one really got to him pretty good, which is cool.
And does your son love the band as much as you do? Or is he more of a Fairweather fan?
He's 12.
Okay.
he likes Helloween. He loves Glory Hammer. Oh my God. I've listened to so much Glory Hammer the last month, which is great because I think that stuff's really catchy as well. He also likes Sabaton quite a bit. And I've also got him into the earlier Helloween stuff now too. So I got him to listen to the Kiss albums and say, "Oh, these are good songs." I'm like, "Yeah, they are." But
so are you a proud father? You have a Helloween fan of a son.
Hey man, I got my foot in the door. So someday when he's old, he's going to look back on the Helloween records he inherits from his old man and look at them with great fondness, and that makes me happy, you know.
Right on, man. Right on. Well, I'm gonna ruin that treasure trove of a story there.
Bring it on down.
My number 12 is Chameleon. Here we are, folks. We're here. So
I want to hear this, but I have to pee. I'll be right back.
I'll tell you private chat. Chameleon. I know everyone hates this record, and all of the reasons that people list for hating this record is one of the reasons why I kind of like it. I like it when bands go outside of their ball court. You know, I don't think there's anything wrong with the band wanting to try something else, broaden their horizons. I don't always look at it as selling out. You know, in a lot of cases it is, but sometimes, you know, your music tastes change a lot as you go through time. And Chameleon to me feels like a record, while yes, it is very confusing and it's not cohesive. It is a bunch of solo stuff kind of put together. In a way, it works for me just because it is so different. You know, it's a Helloween record you can listen to when you're not in the mood to listen to Helloween. And what I mean by that is I have a playlist that we play when we're hanging out outside around the pool, got friends over, family over, whatever. We have nice, normal music playing for people. I'm not playing Cannibal Corpse and all this crazy shit. You know, I can fit in the album Chameleon on a random playlist and nobody says a single word about it. No one's like, what are we listening to? This is weird. Why did Matt put this on here? Like, it filters in. I have snuck this in on 80s soundtracks that we listen to. This album came out in 1993, but it sounds like something right out of 1986. I mean, there's a lot of material on this that sounds like mid-80s era Queen to me. And, you know, I'm a big fan of Queen. So, I don't know, man. And even Crazy Cat, the weirdo song with all the horns and stuff on it, I absolutely love that song just because it doesn't sound like the band. And, you know, I was telling myself this should be number 16. It really should be. But the reason why it rose up in the ranking is because I honestly do listen to this more than I do these Deris albums, and mainly it's because I do have the songs fit into many playlists that we have when normal people are over hanging out and they have no idea that they're listening to Helloween. So I don't know. I like it. And I kind of disagree when people say this doesn't sound like a Helloween album. There are songs on here that are very clearly Helloween songs. It's it just is. Yeah, it's poppy. Yeah, it's not a metal record, really. It's got a lot of arena-oriented rock on here. That's what Kiska wanted to do. That's where he saw his future going. And yeah, does it work? Helloween song? Yeah, probably not. But you know, if you ignore that and just listen to it for what it is, it's a totally fine record. If you are into stuff that's not just your regular, straightforward metal. So yeah, it is the black sheep of the Helloween catalog. I'm not denying that. Is it the best Helloween album? No, but I do listen to it more than some others. So
Alan.
No, my grandmother is dead. I'm talking about, you know, just people that come over that aren't into metal. You know, I can fit in a Halloween song and they would never know that it's Halloween. I laugh a little bit to myself. You know, I listen to stuff off of this more because of that. So that's why it is at number 12. It's not any higher than that. Calm down, everybody. But there you go. Chameleon.
Marty, the Yorkshires are coming to dinner. Shall we play some Chameleon for them?
Exactly.
You get out the salad forks and the dessert trays, and I'll boot up the CD. Lavinia and Trey will never know the difference.
You're trying to make a joke here, but you're just kind of proving my case, man.
But you're proving my case. It doesn't sound anything like it, to the point that people who would not even listen to a heavy metal record are just like, oh my, what lovely background music. Did you all watch the most recent episode of 60 Minutes?
Wait, well, so
Brilliant
what?
insight they did on the history of the asbestos industry.
Yeah, so what? It's a Helloween record that isn't a Helloween record. Like, so what? How many bands have done that? And some of those albums are totally fine. You know, I think this album is unfairly picked on. That's all.
9 out of 10 guests at Matt Matthews, dinner soiree. Agree.
How many people just left the episode? Like, all right, I'm out of here. Did it go from like 63 down to like 12?
It's basically Tim and Kelty hanging out for bragging rights, and that's about it now.
Cheers, guys.
Neither's going to be the first to leave. No. Gotta have a little fun with you on that one. But no, if you like it, honestly, that's if you kind of dig it, that's quite okay, of course.
Yes. Of course. Now, are there other Helloween albums I would either listen to than Chameleon? Yes, there's quite a few. But
11.
Yeah, I mean, I like bad albums. I mean, I've got a whole video about that like a year or two ago that I made where I defend terrible albums, and I'm pretty sure I talk about this on that episode. I'm not sure if I did or not.
You might have. I remember that video. I don't remember exactly, but you might have indeed done that.
Like, there's a lot of albums that I love that everybody hates, everybody ranks at the bottom, but I kind of have a soft spot for when bands try to do something else just to see what happens. I don't really see what the problem is when bands do that. So,
all right, Alan, you're number 13.
Number 13. Okay, this was one of those times I had no idea where it would fall until I sat down and did them. Wait, no, we're on number 12.
We're number 12. I'm sorry. I looked
no
at
worries,
my.
No worries.
Yeah, I'm good.
Easy to get mixed up. So yeah, this one I kind of had to just see where it fell as other pieces came into place. But number 12 for me ended up being this one.
Oh my
God! Civility starts to break down. The things with this album. Now, this album again has some very good songs and does some very good things. First off, it got the band back on the map. And for that alone, it does get, some bonus points.
It was hugely accepted too. That album did amazingly well with sales. Amazing.
Oh yeah, no, it really did get the band back on the map. Yeah. It put them back in the heavy metal lane, and people were happy about it, and it was well received overall. Absolutely.
Hold on, I went to go grab some pizza, And
Yeah, the
he's got
shit house started on fire.
He's got Master of the Rings here. Okay.
Yep.
I'm
Don't
gonna
forget
go
to pick
finish
the
my
turd
dinner.
off that pizza, by the way.
Don't eat the sausage. It's not sausage.
Yep.
But
Anyway.
but yeah, with this one, so yes, I mean it did what it needed to. It corrected course. It got the band, back in the good graces of the metal buying public. I don't really think if they'd put out another album like Chameleon, I think that probably would have been it for the band.
Yeah.
I don't think the fan base would have tolerated another album that way. And this album's got some really good songs. I bought this when it came out. I was happy with it, pleasantly surprised. And yeah, going through the track list, it starts really great. Soul Survivor, excellent song. Where the Rain Grows, really excellent song. Why? It's a little slower, more.
I love that song,
but it's a good song. I like.
I love
it.
that
It's
song.
big. So it's just like bam, bam, bam. We're rolling. And you hit track number 4, and for the next 7 minutes, Mr. Ego sucks every goddamn bit of energy out of this album. 3 tracks worth of momentum, absolutely killed. And then you got to rebuild, and the rest of the album is good-ish, but they never quite catch on fire again until you get to the end. Perfect Gentleman is fun. It's the whistling, catchy, bouncy one.
Yeah,
I got
the
no
kid
problem
loves
with it.
that song. He loves
Yeah,
that song.
it's a fun song. It's not a banger. It's not immortal Helloween material, but it's fun. The Game Is On is one of the silly ones. It's the song about Game Boy and Nintendo stuff with all the sound effects in the background. It's Helloween having fun, and most of the time I'm okay with that. This one's not my favorite, but it's not terrible. Secret Alibi I do not like. The lyrics in that song are really fucking weird. Take Me Home I don't really get into. Middle of the Heartbeat it's the ballad, and I don't mind the Helloween ballads, but sometimes they just come in very awkward places on the album, and right here the album needed some juice and it didn't get it. Still We Go, the album closes okay.
Good song.
So it's it's kind of the same way I described The Dark Ride a couple of minutes ago, and the same way I described Rabbit Don't Come Easy. It starts really good, it ends pretty good, but you got that difficult 30-minute period in the middle where there's not a lot of tracks I want to go back and hear. And so this has become another one over time that I mainly just want to hear the good tracks. I'm okay skipping through some. So I never want to hear Mr. Ego. You may not have. I want those 7 minutes of my life for hearing something else.
Allegedly written about Michael Kiska.
Fun, catty.
Yeah.
But yeah. So not a bad album at all. Again, overall positive. Accomplished good things for the band. Has some top-notch tunes on it. But it's not a consistent album. It's got some ups and downs to it, and as such, it falls a little lower in the rankings at number 12 for me. So I guess we'll hear more about that from other folks later. Marty, what have you got at number 12?
Number 12 for me is The Dark Ride. Again, it's kind of bummer that I had to put it this low, but this is Helloween kind of succumbing to the times, trying to bend with the times a little bit. Came out in 2000. The first time ever they decided to experiment with different tunings. I don't know if there's like a drop D tuning on here, maybe a little lower. There's some really great songs on here. If I Could Fly is a great, typical commercial Deris song. Mr. Torture is silly and fun. The Departed. That for me is an amazing song. When that song plays, I skip back and listen to it 3 times in a row. It's great. It's a great car song. Oh man, there's some great songs on here, but there's some weird songs on here. Like Alan said, the Escalation 666, just kind of weird. But the album really grew on me a lot. I do enjoy it. There's a lot of people that really think that this is kind of the last good Helloween record. I've seen online. They fucked around with their logo a little bit here too, which is also a bit annoying, even though I do like the cover. Yeah, it's a great album. It's a little bit different. Them experimenting with darker tones, a little bit more groove, a little bit more grit in Deris's vocals. Laz, I'm not slamming I do like this album a lot. I listen to it quite a bit. So I mean, like I said, I'm ranking these albums. I love 99% of these records. So I mean, it's hard. Something's got to be at the end, something's got to be in the middle, something's got to be at the front. So Dark Ride was my number 13. We're to number 12, Mr. Matt. What you got? Oh, I'm sorry, number 11. Number 11.
Right,
number 11.
So I know this one's going to upset some folks, but hear me out. Hear me out. Time of the Oath is where I put number 11. And
yeah, that's a tough call right there.
Now, earlier, like when I first made my list, this was much higher on my playability scale. When I went back and I listened to everything just to kind of readjust, it fell a few places, and really it's not any fault of the record. I do enjoy it. It just didn't crack the top 10 for me, and that's really the only reason why it wound up at number 11. I love We Burn, Steel Tormentor. I love those songs. There's a lot of great stuff on this record.
The whole album is pretty solid.
The whole album is solid, but it does have some more ballady kind of stuff on here that I don't like as much as some of their other more ballady stuff. There's even moments on here where they're really channeling the Maiden, I feel like. And that's fine, but yeah, it didn't crack my top 10, so that's where Time of the Oath falls. I still recommend this one to anyone who wants to give the Deris era a try. I mean, it's just as good as any of the other ones, really. It's just not in my top 10. There's some other Deris albums that I love so much more than this one, and we're gonna get there pretty quick here. So, Time of the Oath.
All right, Alan, number 11.
Number 11. All right. This is another one. This is the album that will move around the most in the future because it's the one I'm least familiar with. And it's also the last one I don't own a copy of. It's Seven Sinners. And again, a big part of it is it's simply I don't know this album nearly as well as any of the others. And so I kind of had to shoehorn it in someplace where I'm pretty sure all the ones below this don't rank as high, but I can't push it any higher just based on being relatively unfamiliar with it. It's a very solid album throughout. It's just at this point, a lot of the songs from here is like good song, good song, good song. But it doesn't have, that handful of tracks, that I really have latched on to and, kind of push it up to the next level. So I don't have a lot to say about it. Good album. I think it probably leans a little heavier or towards the heavy end of the spectrum for Helloween, but in a fine way. It's not a problem if it sounds just fine. So yeah, this is one that definitely could swing way up the list or way down the list as time goes by. I've been looking for a copy for quite a while. For whatever reason, this CD online, everybody always wants to charge like $18.98.
Yeah, I've been
looking.
I'm looking at it for you as well, and I'm finding the same fucking problem. Like, wow, they want, yeah.
And I'm a bit of a cheapskate when it comes to buying stuff like this. This CD is not so old or so obscure that it merits people trying to charge $19.99 plus $5.95 shipping and handling for it. This isn't some 20-year-old import or a rare OG pressing of something. It's a major label Helloween album from the past decade or so. It should not be costing that much.
There's a reason why. There is a reason why.
When I find a copy, for like the 7, 9, heck, I'd pay $10 plus a couple of bucks shipping. That'd be okay. But it's going to have to show up. It's got to show up at the right price point, and then I'll acquire a hard copy of it and play it more. It could go up several slots in the years to come. Maybe it sits where it's at. I don't know. It's a solid album. I do like it. I like it enough that I'm trying my damnedest to buy a copy of it. I'm just being a cheap bastard and not wanting to pay full price for it. So Seven Sinners ended up landing right here.
What was the reason why, Matt?
Yeah, there's a reason why it's so hard to come across and why we have a hard time finding it for, $20 or less. Yes, it was put out by Sony Music, but here in the United States, it was distributed and came out through the End Records. The End Records no longer exists. And Helloween is an important enough band to Sony frickin' Music to keep it in regular print. So that's the main reason why this one in particular is a lot harder to find. It's simply because it was the end records here in the United States. Now you can find it in Europe a lot easier, but you're going to pay shipping for it, and it's going to wind up costing just as much as it does here, between the $18 to $20 range. So,
yeah, exactly. Okay,
that's what I paid. That's what I paid to get my copy.
That's probably what I paid too.
No regrets, whatever. It is what it is.
But I bought it twice, and we'll talk about that here in a minute.
Someday a used copy will show up in Discogs or something for the $9 in shipping, and on that day it will go into the cart and it will be bought.
I'm still,
but thanks for clarifying that, Matt. I did not know that, so that does make a little more sense.
Yeah.
Okay, number 11 for me is the 2007 Gambling with the Devil. Horrible cover. This is a really good album. My kid loves this album. Kill It starts off real aggressive. The Saints, great song. Long as I Fall, that is a great Deris commercial song. Paint a New World is great song. Final Fortune, that one doesn't ring a super big bell. Bells of the Seven Hells, good song. This is a solid album from start to finish. It doesn't really peter out for me. I got the 2 CD edition, which has got 4 extra tracks on it. Come out on SPV Steamhammer. Solid record. And this I believe comes after. No, it's just winding up to Seven Sinners, and the band definitely gets on more of an aggressive era during this time. Their faster songs are faster and a little heavier. It's just a great album. Deris shines on it. I love it. Awesome. My number 11, and we're down to number 10. What you got, Matt?
All right, number 10 for me. I struggled with what lands at number 10. This one and the next couple of albums I shuffled around more than any of the others. My reshuffling for this episode here. But my number 10 is My God-Given Right.
It's a great record.
It's a great record. It is one of my top favorite Deris era albums. And I find with every listen that I give this one, man, this one sounds a lot like what we heard on the new self-titled record. It's got a lot of it shares a lot of the same feeling with that record, but it's just, all Deris. It's not with everybody back in the band. And I think this is a perfect one for everybody that jumped on board with that new Helloween record. That album was huge and people loved it, and that's great.
For a good fucking reason.
For a good flipping reason, and we'll get there when we flip and get there. But I think a next logical place for people to go, if they don't go all the way back to the beginning for the roots of the band, I think My God-Given Right is a perfect place for fans of that self-titled Helloween to go if they really like the vibe of that record and where it was going. I think this is one of my favorites from that Deris era, and it rounds out at number 10 for me on the list. So yeah, My God-Given Right, man. Now, and also the artwork is slightly improved. Still,
it's fucking dumb.
It's still kind of bad, especially that graphic. Guys.
What about the video for My God-Given Right? The fucking guys running around in stupid pumpkin stormtrooper outfits.
I don't get it, man. Old people and their love of terrible CGI generated graphics for their albums. I don't know what happened here, but it does look better than Gambling with the Devil to my.
Yeah, I mean, what did that artwork come across their board? They're like, Octung.
I don't know, man. But I think this was their first album back with Nuclear Blast Records? No, there's some others that came out through Nuclear Blast. They worked out a really big deal with Nuclear Blast around this era where basically Helloween is their own company. They just license their music out to Nuclear Blast to release for them. So
did not know that.
Yeah, if you look on the back, most of their records from the Nuclear Blast era will say issued under license from Helloween GBR Germany. It's their own company that they founded, because after, which one was it? Whichever one, they did have a couple of records there that came out through the major labels. I know Seven Sinners did. Gambling with the Devil might have.
Well, this Rabbit Don't Come Easy I have is on Nuclear Blast.
Yeah, Straight Outta Hell came out through the major labels, but after that, they just said screw that, formed their own company, licensed everything through Nuclear Blast, one of the largest indie metal labels on the planet, and they've had a lot of success with that arrangement. And having said that, I don't remember anybody ever talking about this record. It seems like there was a big black hole of where people just didn't pay attention to Helloween until fairly recently, just because that new record was so damn good. Probably around the time of United, when that whole thing came together.
Yeah.
This, I think, got lost in that shuffle a little bit, but great record to go check out if you love that record. I think Deris shines on this record. Start
totally.
To finish.
The songs are the production is fantastic, and the songs are fantastic.
Yep, and it slaps. That's what we'll say. It slaps. It's a slapper.
So Kellen is asking a question. I was going to ask Matt and crew, should I start with those records? I mean, I think you should.
That depends on if you're starting fresh, brand new with Helloween, having heard nothing from the band at all. Yeah.
It's tough, man. There's different eras.
There's three distinct.
There's 4 eras. There's 4 eras.
Really 4 distinct eras for the band. I don't know, to start off with. I would
start off with Walls of, knowing what you like, Kellen. I would go with Walls of Jericho. It's a speed metal record.
I was gonna say just start at the beginning, because things change pretty quick with Helloween. I mean, you've only got one album with Kai Hansen, the speed metal record, and that EP too.
Oh, and the Judas EP, yeah.
And after that, it's totally different. And then things get really weird. And then you've got the Deris era. And then you've got the Reunion era. So you might as well start at the very, very beginning with a band like this.
Yep. Yeah, I would check out the 80s material first. But God Given Right would actually be a pretty good introduction to the Deris era.
Yeah.
I think that'd be as good. There's certainly no reason not to start. There's some of the other albums, it might be like, yeah, this one has an issue here or this one there. But yeah, I think God Given Right is okay when you're ready to check out the Deris material.
Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, with all of the Deris albums, you could throw a dart and find a good record to just pick and start with. But I mean, yeah, you might as well start with this one. I mean, any Deris records, if you've never heard any of the Deris records before, just pick one and you're going to have a good time. Any of them.
All right. Alan, you are up with your number 10.
Number 10. And it's like Matt, it's also my God-given right to pick this as number 10. Very good album.
$4. What a steal.
Yep. Got that one. This is why you wait. Because this was another one. It kept, people kept wanting, the $15.99 and ship, and it's just like, no. Hey, this guy's got it for $4 on Discogs. Send that one to me, please. Very good album. I agree with Matt. The cover art here, well, it's not going to win any awards, but it is a step up from everything they've done before. It may not be a huge step. It's not a hard step to achieve either, but it is something in the right direction at least. And musically, yeah, it's a very solid album. Looking at the track list here, I like the opener Heroes. Title track is pretty good. Stay Crazy is good. I really like Lost in America.
That's a fun song.
It's a very fun song. Really, really good. And it's also an album. Now, here's an album where you have some very good songs at the start, and the album doesn't start to, completely have the wheel come off on track 4 or track 5, which is, a complaint I've had about several I've ranked up to this point. Here, the album stays more consistently good as you keep moving along. If I've got a complaint, I think it does lose steam towards the end. The last 2 or 3 tracks.
The last 2 songs, it's still good. It's just maybe a little too long. They could have cut those.
Yeah, yeah. They could have put those as B-sides or bonus tracks or something, and the album would have felt a little tighter. In terms of, is there anything on here I really don't like? I think I want to say there was one track on here that wasn't as good, but looking at the track list, I don't even remember what it was, so it couldn't have been that horrible. Yeah, a fun album. Played it pretty consistently since I got it, and it's very solid. So Matt's right. This album got zero attention at the time, and that may speak to why the whole United thing sort of had to happen. I think by this point the band was operating pretty well, and you'll see that some of these other albums from the 2010s I rank relatively high. I think they kind of got over that rough patch and started consistently putting out solid albums, but they were not getting much attention. Lots of other power metal bands were being heralded much higher up than Helloween by that point. They always had their core fan base, of course. They always had some name recognition, but they could not recapture that hype, despite having some really good albums around this period. And so, if you're really trying to get people's attention, what do? You go back, you put the band back together the way everybody remembered and loved it while the nostalgia kicks in full gear. And that will turn heads. It's kind of a shame these albums got a bit overlooked, but if the band really needed a shot in the arm, they had to do something different. These albums unfortunately just were not getting them back to the top of the stack. But it is a very solid album. Like it quite a bit. That's my number 10. Over to you, Marty.
All right. Number 10, Rabbit Don't Come Easy. Stupid cover. Noteworthy musician changes. You've got Mickey D coming in and playing session drums on this from Motorhead and King Diamond fame. Does a bang up killer job. And this is Sascha Gerstner's first album with the band, who turned out to be, he was in the band. He played on a couple Freedom Call records, which is another German power metal band that were quite good. I don't know if they're still together or not. They might be. I think it also Freedom Call had the drummer from Gamma Ray in the band for a while. Anyway, Sascha brought an amazing talent. He is a perfectionist guitar player. You watch him live, he doesn't fuck up, and his note choices are great. He's a very good songwriter. He's a very good guitar player and a good soloist as well. Just a little sign. It's a fun opener. Open Your Life. Great song. The tune's a great song. That's a Viking song. Never Be a Star. Great song. Liar. Something for the World. Great song. Don't Stop Being Crazy. Another, Deris always gets the commercial hooky, big chorus commercials tune in there. That's a great song. Hell Is Made in Heaven, Graskoff song, great song. Man, there isn't anything on here that I don't like. Listen to the Flies, Nothing to Say. Fantastic. It's a fantastic record. Deris sounds great production. Man, you guys, the things you say, I get it. But some of these records you need to spend a little more time with. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm going to say. I'm just going to say that. I'm going to put that out there and say that right like that.
They can't all be number 10s, Marty. They can't all be number 10s.
Yeah. But anyway, my number 10. It pained me to put it so low on the list, but what are you going to do? We're starting to get into the fucking bangers. I mean, they're all bangers, but woof. It's tough. We're
not quite to the halfway point yet. We got to get past number 9 here.
And I got to say, it's a testament to the band and the talent of the band to be put out such a long career and put out so much quality. I mean, there's been a few bumps in the road, but they have withstood 3 fucking vocal changes. Well, Kai Hansen, Kiska, Deris. Typically, a vocalist change is a death knell for a band, especially a big popular band. Going from Hansen to Kiska, the only thing that made that work is Kiska is he is the voice. He is the voice. There is no competition other than maybe the dude from Lost Horizon. That guy is fucking special too.
Jeff Tate in his prime with Queen.
Jeff Tate in his prime. I mean,
there's a keep a reap for you someday.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's some amazing vocalists in the power metal field, but Kiska is really at the top of the pantheon, but when he left, Deris stepped in, and he was Deris, and he did an amazing job. But was he Kiska? No, and he struggled initially. Like, you watch a lot of live videos doing the old songs, he can do it, but it's tough. You could tell it's just a little bit of an adjustment, and it's out of his range a little bit. But now that they're together, it's like magic. He's like hitting, you watch him live, he's hitting these high notes that are fucking crazy, and they sound like fucking magic together. It's amazing. They complement each other
back and forth together. It's like,
oh, I know. It's fucking, you can see my boner from fucking space. Anyway, you're up. Number nine.
So number nine. To follow up on what you just said about Kiska being the voice,
he's the fucking voice.
He's the fucking voice. And when you look at the Helloween discography, if you only count the regular normal full lengths, you got 16 albums. The best of the bottom half for me is Pink Bubbles. So here we go again, where I have to defend a terrible album. Well, to me, this is not a terrible record. Yeah, it's not Keeper. It's not Keeper 2. I find that this record got unfairly compared to those two records because those two records were just so massive. They created an entire genre of music, basically, when you look at it. So, of course, people are going to be disappointed when you don't keep that going. You don't follow that trajectory all the way through. You don't stick the landing for album number 3. But that's a pretty impossible thing to even ask of any band. I don't care who you are. It's a really hard, really rare thing to stick the landing after you create an entire genre of fandom, whatever. So that's why Pink Bubbles, I think, gets looked at unfairly because it's not those Keeper records. And this is also the start of the silly, stupid Helloween 2, something that has plagued the band.
They had some silly stupid on one of their bigger albums. I mean, there's some funny shit in there.
There's funny stuff, but I mean, you look at the album cover of Walls of Jericho and the Keeper albums. Yeah, Walls of Jericho, it looks a little pedestrian, but you look at this album cover and I mean, what were they thinking? Like, what were they thinking? I think this
art, man, it's art, Matt. Come on.
This album cover alone just kept people from listening to it, giving it a fair shot. And you can say that with a lot of albums from the Helloween discography. I mean, look at the logo. It's just clipped on there like clip art. It even has a border around it. Like, what were they thinking? I feel like the angry video game nerd right now. What were they thinking? But
that's a really good point that, with Helloween releasing some very good albums over the past couple of decades, it would be interesting to know how many people have completely written that band off just based on the shitty album covers.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a thing.
I mean, I think all of us have talked about it at least once or twice. I mean, maybe 5 or 6 times, but album art is important. It's your first entry to a record. It can set the stage for what to expect from a record. And if you've got a picture of a woman getting ready to deep throat a fish after you just created European power metal, I mean, it's confusing, and it is such.
She's just gonna give it a little kiss. That's all.
It's such a misdirection. But when you listen to the record, I like 90% of this record. Yeah, it has a couple of duds. They all do. It has a couple of duds, but I love the title track. "Kids of the Century" is a great song.
It's a great song.
"Heavy Metal Hamsters," as stupid as those lyrics are, you can't tell me that song doesn't get stuck in your head.
It's a good song. It's a good song.
It's got such a fucking snap to it, and it is so catchy, and it is a huge earworm. And a lot of the songs on this album have that. Like, there's a lot of earworms on here, and that is one thing that I think Helloween doesn't get enough credit for. They are great at writing earworms. Even
choruses, man.
They just know how to do it. And when people dump on this record, I really don't understand it, because it's not Keeper 1 and 2. yeah, it's slightly more commercial, but even, I mean, it still sounds like Helloween to me. I think it just really gets unfairly looked at. Having said that, there are 8 more albums that I will choose to listen to over Pink Bubbles Go 8. But I think if this album had a different album cover, a different title, if it made those necessary changes, I think this band could have avoided the huge downfall that they experienced for the bulk of their career. I mean, their downfall, everyone credits to leaving Noise Records, signing to the majors, and putting this silliness out into the world. And then they followed that up with Chameleon, and then for a lot of people, they just did not recover from that. But I think we've proven that all of those albums after Chameleon are still totally listenable, and they're great. You have to look past the album artwork for some of them, but when you can do that, there's great material here. And I really don't understand why people rank this at the very bottom next to Chameleon, because I think it has a lot of really great songs on it. Kids of the Century and Heavy Metal Hamsters, man, they are stupid fun.
Back on the Streets is a great song.
Yeah. There's a lot of good ones on here. And yeah, the ballad stuff, whatever, ballads, get over it. It was the 80s, man. Come on. But actually 1991. Sorry, it was almost the 80s, but still. it was Europe, guys. Come on, let's get real. Great record. So that's my number 9. Best album of the bottom 8, in my opinion.
Frank brought up a great comment, and I never thought of it. It never occurred to me until Frank just said it right here. Looks like something the Scorpions would come up with. And, I bet you $1,000 that it was a nod of appreciation to the Scorpions. All this stuff. They're like, oh, we got to be like the Scorpions. That's why they got these stupid fucking covers, man. I don't know. Maybe.
If it was the Scorpions album, that fish would have been placed somewhere else. Let's be honest.
Yeah. Right. All right, Alan, number 9. Okay.
Number 9.
This album ended up being surprisingly high for me, because historically it's not an album I've cared for a lot, but revisiting it over the past month, it clawed its way up to number 9. Good for it. And some folks are going to rank this higher, but I'm surprised it got this high for me. It is Better Than Raw. This is an album a lot of people seemed to dig when it came out. It still has a fan base, and that's cool. This was my stopping point with Helloween, and as such, I've always had a bit of a bias against it. The couple albums before this one, I've talked about one of them already. Master of the Rings, I liked. It got the band back on the right track, but it was kind of an uneven album. There's another one to talk about later. When this album came out, it did not gel with me at all. And part of that was, late 98, early 99. I was not listening to a lot of power metal. What I was listening to, I thought was much, much better. Stuff like Blind Guardian, I thought was totally wiping the floor with Helloween during the late 90s. I was much more into, death metal, black metal stuff at that time. This album just rubbed me the wrong way. Again, cover art kind of silly. It just kind of irked me. The track list, it did the same thing the other albums from this era did. It started out really good, and then it just fell on its face for me. And after having that happen, with 2 or 3 albums, I had just had enough. And so I got rid of this album, didn't revisit it for a long time. There have been times over the years I've replayed this and been like, oh, wow, that's a lot better than I thought it was. Okay, it goes up. And there are also times when I revisit this album, just like, I think my initial assessment may have been correct. And it kind of slides back down. It's kind of the rise and fall of the Helloween catalog, I might say. Marty knows what I did there. As of this point in time, it's ranking relatively high for me. I've always thought it started quite well. Push is, a really good, forceful, but catchy melodic song. Very good for them. Falling Higher is wonderful. It's as good as any of the classic stuff. It could have been a Keepers era song. Hey Lord, I don't mind. A little different, but Yeah, it's still
Catchy.
thumbs up. But once again, you get to like that fourth track. Don't Spit on My Mind. Fuck that song. The album goes from like, yeah.
But they followed up
Crashing
with
burn.
the Uli Kush song Revelations, which is a fucking banger of a song.
It's okay. I don't like it as much as you do, apparently. Then you
Aggressive
have
as
like,
fuck.
Time is, again, kind of the slow. It's the more ballady one. And I don't mind the Helloween ballads. They just always seem to fall in awkward places.
Revelation is not a ballad.
No. I'm talking about Time. Moving on to Time.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was reading a comment. I wasn't listening.
Oh, no worries. No worries. So the album, again, towards the end, it picks back up. I like the Latin number, the Laudate Dominum. And Midnight Sun is a great closer. That song, the little guitar break they do at the beginning, that shit rocks and rocks hard. So it becomes another one of those albums that started well and ended well. And the middle, there are times I play this and more of the songs in the middle start to click. But there are other times I play it and the songs in the middle kind of misfire. Lately, the good has kind of been outweighing the bad. And the album climbed on up here to number 9. If you had asked me 2 or 3 years ago to rank these albums, this album probably would have been like 15. I would have put it way down there close to Chameleon. For now, it's holding its own pretty well, and we'll give it a 9. But I'm always going to have a little bit of bias against this one, just because it was the album where I got fed up enough with Helloween that I walked away from Helloween for a long time. So I fully admit it's got a little bit of a mental block that it always has to fight against. But even when I have not cared for this album a lot, even then I'll admit it has 2 or 3 songs that are classics on it. Absolutely. So I'm going to round out the bottom half of my ranking with Better Than Raw. It's better than I sometimes give it credit for.
I'm glad you came around on that one, because it's great, man. Great album.
All right, Marty, what have you got as the best of the rest?
Well, number 9. I noticed I bought 7 Sinners. It was the first one I bought from the Deris era. And I noticed on, I think it was Spotify, I don't know, I don't remember, but there were bonus songs. I'm like, oh shit, there's an expanded edition. So I'm like, I'm going to buy the expanded edition CD and give my non-expanded to Alan. I bought this for $20. It came in the mail and it was a fucking record. A 2 LP set with all the bonus tracks on it that were on the expanded edition. So I'm like, well, I can't give my fucking CD to Alan now because I need it. But my number 9 is 7 Sinners. And people are saying how this album cover sucks. This album cover is way better than Rabbit Don't Come Easy or Gambling with the Devil. I mean, even though it's lame and pretty barren, and you could say, yeah, it sucks, comparatively in their catalog, this is a shining achievement of a cover. Fucking A. Give them some credit where it's due here. But
and what a statement that is. Oh my God.
Yeah, on a relative scale, it is a millennial achievement in light and composition.
Right.
On an absolute scale, it ranks somewhere else.
This is a very aggressive album. It's dark and it's aggressive, but it's done in a Helloween kind of way. So it's not like Dark Ride trying to be, manufacturing this false darkness. Who is Mr. Madman? What a ripping fucking song. It's a continuation of Perfect Gentleman. You figure out what happened to the guy after he was, shunned by all the women or whatever. But Where the Sinners Go, it's a very heavy, interesting beginning track. I initially kind of questioned it, but the song is so catchy. I see why they put that up front. Are You Metal is the concert anthem that they still play to this day. Raise a Noise, great. World of Fantasy, God, I mean, there is not a single song on here that sucks. There isn't. It's just a solid, heavy, fast album. There's a bit of speed metal, a bit of thrash comes in here. There's even a blast beat. Is this the song that Daniel does a blast beat on here? I was quite surprised about. That's like a first for Helloween, but this is fucking great album. I love it. It holds up there. It breaks the top 10 seal, man. It's a number 9. Kid loves it too. I'm psyched. He's into some good shit. Number 8, Mr. Matt, you're back.
I mean, it is only 7:46 on my time zone, so this is dinner time for me. So I try to sneak in a few bites off camera.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'd be fucking up your dinner,
but
man.
well, you know, it's what us coastal elitists have to put up with every
Right on.
now and again. So, yeah, you nailed it with everything you just said about Seven Sinners. I just put it one step above you at number 8. I think this album is fantastic. It is
rules.
the newest. It's the newest addition to my Helloween collection for some of the reasons we talked about earlier. It is oddly one that is really hard to come across at a fair price, but now we know
I got
why.
lucky with the $20 record, man. I couldn't believe it. When it showed up as a record, I couldn't fucking believe it.
You got to be lucky every once in a while, right? So there.
Yeah, better be lucky than good.
But Seven Sinners, I mean, like you said, this is a very aggressive album. I don't agree that the aggression on the Dark Ride feels manufactured. We'll get to that when I get to the Dark Ride, but this one does feel like the logical next step from that record. And to my ears, this one sounds equally as aggressive as the Dark Ride, but just it doesn't have that same kind of dark feel to it.
They don't have. They didn't do the down tuning. It's not like that heavier.
It's very much cut from the same cloth. I don't know. I like the Dark Ride a little bit more than you guys do.
I like that album too. I had to put it somewhere.
Yeah, we like all of these. We like all of these albums. We're nerds. But yeah, I mean, when people, like you said, you know, bad album artwork, well, to me, it matches the sound of this record. This album sounds cutthroat and hard and painful, and you get that from that album cover. A bunch of blades and buzzsaws. Is this their painkiller? No, but like it almost could be. I mean, look at that album. It's not. It doesn't look that bad to my eyes. But no. Yeah, I love Seven Sinners. It is the worst of the top 8, but it comes in my top half of their discography. Seven Sinners, great stuff.
Right on. Alan, number 8.
Well, first off, I've got to say that DG wins the chat tonight for comparing the cover to the glaive from Krull, because yes, absolutely. Yeah. Gotta love that. Since we have made it to the halfway point, also have to break out the little surprise for everybody. We've got pumpkins in the background with my son, but wait, there's more.
He has a pumpkin hat that he's going to put on.
A pumpkin Speedo with a little pumpkin face on it. Oh, a pumpkin Speedo with a little face on it. Are we going to see your
What is happening? No.
Oh. Getting some mileage out of those Halloween things.
And we're doing in your office all the time. We're doing this episode in June. Why?
All right.
I mean, I brought a can of pumpkin. Like, Alan's really pulling it out here, man.
He is. He's going fucking hog wild. This is only a quarter of not even a quarter of his lawn adornments.
Yeah. When it comes to holidays, we are that house that has inflatables and really nothing more but more inflatables.
That new pumpkin's happy to see me.
This guy wants to talk about the next album, which, as we get into the top half here, it's going to be Time of the Oath comes next. This one, again, when it came out, was very hyped for it. Had liked the previous album, and this one, on first listen, really good. Liked it quite a bit. This one overall got received well. It should be pointed out, there were definitely parts of the Helloween fan base that were having trouble accepting Deris into the fold on these albums. That they're like, yeah, the music sounds okay, but Kiska was missed.
He's the voice.
A lot of folks, yeah. So yeah, I know, like my buddy Matt in college, different Matt, not the Matt we've got here tonight. A huge Helloween fan himself, and he'd listen to these and be like, I really like these songs, but I don't want to hear this guy singing them. I just don't. So it was not a smooth.
It's not fair. It's not fair.
It's not fair to an extent, but at the same time, Kiska's for the folks that are really into him, he's just an impossible act to follow.
I mean, people talk about Deris like he's Blaze Bayley, and
he's
so
not
unfair. And he's not at all. But he gets the same amount of disrespect with that.
Yeah, he does, and you're right though. He does not have that level of scorn whatsoever. This is another album that, why is it ranked here? Well, it starts out great once again. You've got We Burn, classic Helloween banger.
Crushing.
Steel Tormentor is good. You've got Like Up the Mountain's okay, I guess. Then
it's a great song. Great song.
I don't like it as much as you do.
It's got feel to it. It's I don't know.
It's okay. It's not bad. It's not bad. It doesn't bottom out there. Power is one of their most identifiable songs from the
still play it live. They still play it live.
Yeah, and with good reason. It might be their most recognizable post Kiska song. I don't know. But then you do hit some bumps along the way through the rest of the album. Not as bad as some of the other albums that I had ranked lower, but some of the songs in this second half I can skip over again, especially Anything My Mama Don't Like.
That's a Uli Kush song.
Anything called Anything My Mama Don't Like, I'm not going to like.
It's goofy and it's still fun, but yeah, I agree. It's not a good song.
No, it's really not. It leaves a bad taste. They get back on track after that. Kings Will Be Kings is not bad.
Million to One's good. Before the War's a banger, man.
Before the War is pretty good, yeah. But it just, again, it feels like, you got a really great block of songs to start, but it kind of does the Master of the Rings pattern again. After that initial block, it's a little back and forth on the tracks. So, good album. It was a good follow-up to Master of the Rings. I always thought it was better than Master of the Rings. I'm not surprised I have it ranked higher than Master of the Rings. But it still felt a little uneven, even when it was released, and it still kind of hits me that way a little bit today.
Celtic Frosty. Fuck all y'all.
More on that later, Celtic. We have not forgotten.
Whatever.
We have not forgotten the oath that Marty swore.
Who come up with that dumb game anyway? I think it was Alan. It was a dumb game.
Stupid game for stupid people.
Stupid game. People that are dumb play it. Anyway.
Yep.
Yes.
So yes, that's how I'm going to, as we start down the back half, Time of the Oath for me.
Right on. What are we on? Number 8? Number 8.
We're on 8.
Here's another situation where I bought the album and then realized that there was a expanded version, but my God-given right. Come to find out I was listening on Spotify. I'm like, oh my God, there's songs on here that I don't own. So I ended up buying the expanded version of it, which is a 2 CD set. It's got 4 bonus songs on it. Comes in a digibook, CDs, and an expanded, wonderful fucking artwork. Oh my God. But, it's cool. It's a cool little book deal here. But this album is seriously fucking awesome. It's such a good record. Again, it doesn't really... I mean, I don't want to say the last 2 songs are bad because they're not. I mean, You Still of War, that's a great song to end on. It's weird, kind of moody. Heroes, Battles Won, My God-Given Right, Stay Crazy, Lost in America, Russian Roulette, The Swing of a Fallen World, a great fucking song. Creatures in Heaven, that song is kind of crappy. That's not a good song. Oh wait, no. If God Loves Rock and Roll. Sorry, that's the shitty song on the album. Solid record, man. And I'll get into what I thought about the whole reunion thing later, but this was a great record, and I think a lot of you guys, I think you nailed it, saying it seems like it's slipped through the cracks. I remember seeing the My God-Given Right video. It's a cheesy bad video, but it's still a great song, and The band is on fire here. They've had a stable lineup for many years now. They've got some choice fucking players with Daniel Lobel and Sasha Gersner. What a great band. I mean, just musically a great band. And they're all contributing. They're all writing, whether it's together or separately. They're bringing good stuff to the table, and this album really lays the groundwork for what's to come. And it's my number 8. What you got, Alan? I'm sorry, Matt. What you got for number 7?
All right, number 7 is The Dark Ride. Now, this
great album. It's a great album.
I love this record, and this one bounced around a lot in my ranking, but I think it belongs where I put Seven Sinners, just because it feels like it just goes hand in hand with this record. I think these two records go together very well. I like this one slightly more just because of some of the reasons that you said you don't like it. Like the down tuning gives it kind of a darker, more modern feel to it. But I like that. Do you guys hear like a weird staticky noise in the background?
Yeah, it sounds like a fan.
Oh, it might be the inflatables. I'll turn that off. Let's see. That's probably what it is.
Yeah, there we go. But yeah, when people say this record sounds like...
I love the one on the far right. He's fucking evil and killer. Yeah.
Oh my god, put those things away, man.
That's so cool.
You're messing me up here, man.
Always one with the visual aids.
With all of that going on in the background, we're talking about The Dark.
Did that fix it?
So,
yeah, they did. Yeah.
I don't know. This record to me still sounds like Helloween. A lot of people make it sound like this is their grunge album.
They tried, man. There was a little bit of that in the mentality, I think.
It's there, but it's
couple songs.
It still sounds like Helloween, though. I mean, you can put this on and it's unmistakable Halloween. It still checks all of the boxes that they normally check. It just has a little bit of a slightly darker feel to it. Having said that, you've got If I Could Fly on here, which is not a dark song at all. It's a very anthemic, fist pumping kind of a Deris song. So.
Sorry.
4 for you, Celtic. You go, Celtic.
People in the chat are fucking with me here. I love it. Yeah. The Departed. Oh, such a great fucking song.
Yeah. So that's all I'll say about that.
All right. Alan, you're back. Number 8.
Oh, okay.
7. Oh, wait. No. 7.
Number 7. All right. Just sending Tim a quick comment there in the chat. Folks are having a lot of fun in the chat tonight, which is really good to see. All right. Number 7. One apparently I've got ranked a little higher than other folks. So be it. I've got Gambling with the Devil.
Great album.
This is one of the Deris albums that really clicked with me. These some of the albums here, as you got into the later 2000 aughts and into the teens, this is when I feel like the band really was starting to click and putting out consistently good albums. This one's got several tracks on it I like. Let's take another look at the track list here. But yeah, as you mentioned before, Marty, when you ranked it, Kill It, it was very aggressive as an opening track, but works just fine. Saints is good. As Long as I Fall is a little more laid back, but it's catchy.
It's a great song.
Yeah, it's solid. Paint a New World is one of my favorites from the Deris years. Really, really good song. And again, the thing here is the album doesn't start to fall off at this point. Final Fortune I like quite a bit. Bells of the Seven Hells is really good. And it's like, holy shit, I'm 7 songs deep and they haven't, laid a Mr. Ego turd on me yet. This is good. This is good.
Snake the coil.
Can do it. Sure, that's the kind of happy bouncy one, but that one works. It's catchy, and I don't mind those Helloween songs when they come together. And I think that one's fine for what it is. Heaven Tells No Lies towards the end is still good. Yeah, again, these albums throughout the middle of the discography were really hard in a lot of cases to kind of tweeze apart. I literally kind of went through and just tried to list out like song by song even on some. I was like, how many songs here would I give like the big 2 pumpkins up? How many songs kind of get the 0? How many songs get the Chameleon ranking? Gambling with the Devil, every song on here I think is at least good to great. There's nothing on here that I think is subpar at all. Nothing got the D or F kind of grades.
Yep.
Track by track. So yeah, I really like it. Yeah, I mean, I can say the cover art is stupid, but we could say that about every album they made for about 30 years. So yes, the cover art's stupid, but I can move past that. And this one I really do like. It's it's not the top ranked Deris album for me. Those keeping score at home know there's one or two more yet to come. But yeah, this one really clicks. This is where for me, the Deris albums are getting very, very strong.
Awesome.
All right, Marty, over to you.
All right, number 7. Time of the Oath. There's a trilogy of albums. There's Master of the Rings, there's this album, Time of the Oath, and there's Better Than Raw. They were on fire. They're on fire, man. They put out a really good string of 3 really... I know Alan doesn't agree with me on this, and I get it.
That's cool, man. That's cool.
I mean, I listened to this album, and I'm looking at the track listing now. There is not a bad song on this record. It just... Million to One. This has got Forever and One, which is a ballad, but it's good, man. It's a good fucking ballad. It's one you can sing along. I was singing along with it today. My kid was looking at me like I was from a different planet, but Kings Will Be Kings, Mission Motherland, If I Knew, there's not a bad song on here. I like it. I wish I could have ranked it a little higher, but there's some other stuff coming that really sits a little bit higher for me. And there's one thing I get what Alan's saying about, a song here or there that kind of kills it for him. For me, the good songs greatly outweigh the bad songs. I can live through a bad song or not a great up to par song if there's a song like Why, off of Master of the Rings. That song for me is the album. I love that song so much. It's just got such a great feel. It's just got it's a little different for them. Anyway, that's a different. We'll talk about that later. But Time of the Oath, my number 7, great album. The band was rejuvenated with Deris, and rightfully so, man. Whether the fans wanted to hear the voice singing on these songs or not, it didn't happen. Andy Deris was the guy that did it, and he brought a very colorful palette to the band as a songwriter. I mean, Kiska's a songwriter as well, but the stuff he was bringing, he did write Kids of the Century. I think that was his song that he wrote for Chameleon. But Deris is just more of a consistent songwriter, and you can hear where he came from, and it still sounds like Helloween to me. Great stuff. Love it.
One thing to just follow up with there, Marty, regarding the bad song thing, because folks also chat in the comments like, yeah, you can easily skip the bad song. And you're right. On almost all these albums, there are more good songs than bad songs. I've asked myself, why does it bother me so much when there's a really bad Helloween song on an album? And I think it for me is just that, this is a band that like yourself, this has always been one of those top 5-ish bands for me. And I have them so high that when they have a song that comes out that really just, completely misses the mark, it really bothers me. It's like, how does a band this good write and record Mr. Ego or Anything My Mama Don't Like? And it's just like, guy, you're so much better than that. That I kind of get a little hung up on those bad songs more than I might with a different band. That's, just got 1 or 2 songs like, okay, I don't like that one, but I would move past it faster. I think Helloween, I hope maybe I just hold them to a higher standard because they've earned that over time. But it does mean that, I those bad tracks really do stick in my craw, maybe too much so.
I will say, like, that Anything My Mama Don't Like song. Yeah, it's a bad song. It's a fun song, but it's a bad song. But the thing that adheres me to it is there are good moments in the song where Deris is really doing some cool vocal stuff, like in the verse and stuff, like pre-chorus type shit. There's some good, even their bad stuff has got good elements to it. And it kind of keeps me, like, when I listen to these albums, I don't skip them. I listen to even the songs that bug me. I listen to them because they're so well constructed. But anyway, Matt, number 6. God, I gotta pee. I'm going to see what you're going to show, and I'll be right back.
Master of the Rings is number 6 for me.
Yep.
And you guys have talked about this one a little bit already. I think this album, if this had come out before Pink Bubbles Go Ape, I think it would have been regarded a lot more. Like, imagine if Kisk was singing on this record and it came out before Pink Bubbles. I think Pink Bubbles and where the band went in that weirdo era would have made a little bit more sense. This was kind of coming back to what, people were expecting from Helloween, while still having those more commercial elements to their sound, which they were still kind of chasing at this time. I do not hate Mr. Ego as much as Alan does. I think it's an okay song. It's fine. For me, it's all about Soul Survivor, Where the Rain Grows, and Perfect Gentleman on this record for me. I think I get Perfect Gentleman stuck in my head all the time. This album has some really cool synths on it. And, Perfect Gentleman just really, really gets stuck in my head. And the one ballady song on here, In the Middle of a Heartbeat, God, does that sound like a Whitesnake song? It sounds like something that could have been on MTV in 1986 or whatever. But this came out in 1994. Helloween is a little bit behind, where the music scene was in a lot of ways.
Tony Katane's a little too old to be kneeling on top of the hot rod with her hair blowing back.
I mean, it would. They had to have been listening to a ton of Whitesnake when they wrote In the Middle of a Heartbeat. They just had to have been. But I mean, I love this record. I think Deris sounds great on it. It was the world's first introduction to Deris. It's not my favorite Deris era record, but it's up there. This one tends to bounce around in my favorites quite a bit. But the more I listen to it, the more even the skippable songs, they're totally fine. I mean, this is a band that already put us through Pink Bubbles and Chameleon. So for them to do Master of the Rings, it feels like, a warm hug. Like, you guys are on your way back. Your foot is in the door. Okay, maybe your whole leg and an arm and half of your head is through the door. You're almost all the way back, but we understand you've come a long way since those early days. I think it did everything it needed to do, and I wish people would give this one a little bit more of a chance. I think it's great. Master of the Rings is number 6 for me.
Well, a lot of people did give this album a chance. It hit gold, didn't it? I mean, it's a gold record or a platinum record. I don't know. It sold really well for the band.
But like I feel like it's a record that it suffers the same things that Pink Bubbles suffered from, where people are comparing it to Keeper. And I mean, Keeper, it's done. I mean, like that air, like you got to move on. Yeah, that was a great couple of records. There's other music in this band. If you want to listen to Keeper, you can go listen to Keeper. And I feel like the Deris era as a whole, maybe people listen to this one, they didn't like what they heard because it wasn't the voice. So they kind of, discounted this band, and it got to the point of where, no one really ever even thought about Helloween. And you could blame that on Deris, I guess, but just because he's not Kisk, that's not fair. So I love this record. Soul Survivor, Perfect Gentleman, great tracks, man. Great tracks. And Mr. Ego too, sir.
That's cool.
All right. Alan, number 6.
Number 6. All right. This one I've got ranked much higher than either of you did. Yeah, I thought you'd like that. Lots of fun in the chat. Thank you to everybody who is in the chat tonight. It's always really fun to see what you guys come up with and chat with y'all. Appreciate you taking the time to hang out with us and contribute. Y'all are a very fun part of doing this. It's fun just talking to Matt and Marty, but it's a lot more fun having everybody over here on the side too, chiming in with jokes and cool facts and just their own personal likes and dislikes.
And there's been times we've talked about like recording some of these, trying to get some more European folks in here and recording them and then just posting them on Friday. But man, I just like doing them live because we get the interaction with you guys. It's just, I don't know. You guys make it special and fun. Thank you again for hanging out with us. Tell your friends, bring some more people around here. We're doing good, but we'd like to do a lot gooder.
Well, you should get better guests than apparently someone who needs a rat tail. I mean, screw you, Andrew. Screw you, dick.
Satan. Anyway, Alan, what do you got?
All right. Number 6. Y'all already covered this one a couple of hours ago, but it's fun time for me to rank this one. Keepers 3 Legacy.
Wow, I can't believe that ranked up so high. I just got that for you here not too long ago.
Yep, and I'd been playing it before that and already realized that when this album came out, boy, I could not have been less interested for the exact reasons that Matt articulated earlier. I thought it was really lame that they tried to use the part 3 gimmick as a title to stir up some interest, because the band was not getting a ton of interest around this time. Again, power metal was a thing, but there were a lot of bands getting a lot more hype and a lot more attention, a lot more sales than Helloween by this point. Didn't like the fact that they were doing, let's go back to the well thing. The cover art again is horrible. Terrible. As usual. It didn't, the double album thing where it's not, there was no reason for it to be split onto 2 discs whatsoever. It fit onto one just fine. I just didn't even bother listening to this for a long time after it came out. Once I sat down with it and started playing it, though, quickly realized the music on here is damn good.
It's ripping. Yeah,
it is a really, really good album. And I think the reason this album gets shit on exactly the things that Matt pointed out, but those are kind of cosmetic things. It's split onto 2 discs instead of 1. You added $2 to the price tag. Annoying. Doesn't affect the quality of the music on it, though. And if this album had any other title, if it was called, Gerbil Don't Come Easier, it would still probably fare much better. I think people got way too hung up on the title, but part of it was, as Matt's pointed out a couple of times tonight, and correctly so, a lot of Helloween fans sat around for a long time, some of them to this day, still wanting the band to do Keepers Part 3. And so when they did Keepers Part 3, but with a different lineup, and stuff, it just...
People are like, that's not what I want.
That's not who I want. That's not what I want. It's never going to meet that expectation. This is almost 20 years or so after the original Keepers. It's a different band. It's a different era. It's not going to work so well, but you know something? It actually is not a bad successor to those 2 albums. You've got some long epic tracks on here that are very well put together. You've got some fun songs. You've got some fast ripping songs. The writing is tight. The musicianship is excellent. It's a very good album, but you've got to get past that weird mental block. Running down the track list. The first time I heard it, I thought it was really weird they started with a 13-minute track, because, again, I'm thinking Keepers. The long song's supposed to come at the end, but King in the Thousand Years is really good.
It's a good
very
opener.
Good. Invisible Man is good. Born on Judgment Day is good. Pleasure Dome is good. Now, I agree with you on this one, Marty. Mrs. God is them trying to be goofy, and it does not work.
And it's the Deris song. It goes the wrong way. It goes the wrong. It doesn't. He doesn't lean into the right vibe.
Correct. I agreed. Absolutely. But after that, you get onto this too. Occasion Avenue is a really good song. I like that one. The rest of it too holds up well. My Life for One More Day, the closer, is awesome. So even though it's got a weird format being spread over 2 discs, and it's got a title they should not have given it. They just were setting themselves up for failure giving an album that title. If you can look past the album title and play the 2 discs back to back, it's really, really good. It's consistent throughout. It's got long songs, like I said, long songs, short songs, funny songs that maybe the funny song didn't work, but everything else on here clicks really, really nice.
And Kiska makes an appearance on disc 2.
He's got his cameo. So Yeah, I think this album has been unfairly bashed over the years for cosmetic reasons,
Yep.
for an album title and a 2-disc format. And those are not things that should torpedo the quality of the music. This album for me is where the band hit their stride again, after kind of, again, grinding the gears a little bit there for a couple of albums to smooth it out. For me, this is where it all starts to come back online really strong. And moving forward, I like these albums really. These are my favorite of the Deris albums, starting here and moving forward a bit. So that's why I've got Keepers 3 all the way up here at number 6.
Right on.
Yeah, that really is a record I know I need to spend more time with.
I
really,
was the same way, man.
Yeah, it fell to the bottom because I just never pull for that one. Like, it's the one I have spent the least amount of time with, so I can't rank it any higher. But
no, that's understandable. Yep.
I mean, Keeper, Gambling with the Devil, Rabbit, and Straight Outta Hell, those 4 records are just kind of they're in a weird spot with me where, I don't have decades of time with the band. I've got just a few years, so.
Well, me too with the Deris stuff. 2019 was my coming to Jesus with Deris, basically,
But I mean, those 4, I don't know why they just sank to the bottom, where some of the other Deris ones are the ones that rose to the top. It happens. We have different opinions. It's cool.
Yeah,
don't worry about it.
Man. And you can't listen to everything.
I just wanted to throw that out there because, I do find Helloween is one of those bands that is always going to suffer from that superficial overlooking because of their artwork and questionable decisions from time to time. They don't have a bad record. We've said that many times here, but man, do they make it hard sometimes to give one a chance. Yeah. But I think they're all worth listening to, every single one.
I gotta say, man, that
15 out of 16 ain't bad.
I mean, I connected with this band hard when I was younger, but there was a big gap. And like I said, it wasn't until 2019 when I discovered the Deris era, and it unlocked a whole string of records I had no fucking clue about, man. And these albums, all of these albums have given me endless joy in a time where I needed it. I needed it bad. And I'm not going to go into that, but.
Well, this has been a rough 6 years for.
It's been rough 6 years on a lot of different areas, and to put something on that makes me happy, that makes me forget about that stuff. I mean, I think people that are into the darker, like death and black metal, that may have turned their nose up at Helloween, but like power metal, I mean, God, these guys, they made power metal what it is, and
power metal is the best antidepressant on the planet.
So. It is. It is.
It just is. It just is. I don't care how much death metal and black metal you love. When you're ready to kill yourself, go listen to a Helloween record, and you're not gonna kill yourself. Yeah. I mean, it's makes
good.
You
it's good music. It's got superior musicianship. It's got I just watched the other night their performance at Rock in Rio when they were doing before the United Alive thing, and they broke up, they got Sasha, Kai, and Viketh, all, they're 3 killer guitar players. They broke up the middle part of Ride the Sky. They're each playing a different hammer-on part in the middle part where it's like a 3-part harmony in there. It is absolutely stunning watching these 3 guitar players in perfect sync playing this super technical thing. It blows my mind. And just the technicality, whether you can stomach happy music or not, I think you're kind of, you're giving yourself a huge disservice not trying. You know what I mean? But anyway.
Yeah, a quick follow-up there. Sorry, Marty. But those are all very good points you both made. And it's, something Marty and I have talked about is, people sometimes are too dismissive of power metal. Heavy metal does not always have to be grim or depressive or serious, or we're going to kick your ass. And it doesn't have to be this just, lunk-headed, tough guy, how fucking metal are we bullshit. That's fine for some things, but it's also works really well as happy, uplifting, inspiring music. And Helloween does that better than anyone. quick stories just backing this up. This isn't just hyperbole, folks. One of my buddies in college, who was really into Helloween, told me once, he's like, he grew up, had a lot of friends that got into real sketchy stuff, NS, Nazi skinhead shit. He's like, the whole reason I didn't follow them down that path was listening to Helloween songs and Helloween lyrics and realizing, you know what, there's too much shit in life to be happy and fun about to go deal with that nasty shit. A friend I had in high school, her dad was one of these very strict religious types. And, she had a pretty, cloistered kind of life, to be honest. She was one of these that was kind of almost betrothed to, a guy like 6 years older than her from the time she was like 13 years old. Weird kind of, shit. And, I get, she heard Helloween with me just playing it at lunch one time. And she was just like, what is that? I like that. And I gave her a copy of a Helloween tape. She had to hide it from her parents, quite literally. But it brought her so much joy. She's like, that makes me so happy just listening to that album. It's just so fun. It's so lively. It was amazing. She wasn't a heavy metal fan. Maybe you can say it was some tiny act of rebellion against her situation, but she genuinely really enjoyed the music on it. Other friends, too, that were never really headbangers, they liked a little thing here or a little thing there. When I would play Helloween, they would gravitate to it because of its positivity, because of the amazing vocals they were hearing, but just the very fun, feel-good attitude that their albums conveyed. It made an impression on people, and a very positive one. It wasn't like, oh, Alan listens to that weird metal shit. Hey, wait, what's that? That actually sounds fun. And so Helloween really was something that a lot of people who were not traditional metal fans could get into, and it had a positive impact on a lot of people's lives.
Yep.
Because the band wasn't sitting there trying to look all badass and frowny and look how fucking tough and serious we are. They were goofballs from the start, and it worked amazingly well and made a big difference in a lot of people's lives because of it.
And they had the fucking chops to back it up. They weren't a half-ass. They were not a half-ass band. They are superior musicians. They really are. And here we go, Kellen. Deeper and deeper in traditional metal, your power metal seems to be my next adventure. Helloween hype in recent years is part to think. Okay, well, another one to check out, Kellen, is the recent self-titled, but we'll get into that later.
Nobody's ranked that one yet.
Where will it land? Where will it land? Where will it land? And like I said, this shit, it makes me happy. And, there's people in my band and people I know that just look at me like I'm some sort of a goofball, that I know how it makes me feel. And it takes me back to a nostalgic place, and where Helloween, hit me early on, and it takes me back to the teen years, and it's just a good place, a place I want to dwell in for a minute, and escape, and then the fact that my kid is into it too, it just even drives it home even more. But anyway, we're on to my number 6. We are going with, it was really tough on this trilogy, man. There's Master of the Rings, there's Time of the Oath, and there's Better Than Raw. And I had to jump this one into the number 2 position in that trilogy, but it is my number 6, Master of the Rings. This is Andy Deris's first album with Helloween. He came from a band called Pink Cream 69. Laugh all you want. I have the first 2 albums. I've got the 3rd album in my eBay box right now. This album is a little rough to get through. It's a very glammy album. This album, One Size Fits All, actually sounds a little bit like Helloween now. Deris is killing it on here. His songs stand up. You can tell he brought his songwriting chops from this band and introduced it into the Helloween machine. It's a solid record. And I was quite surprised how much I enjoyed this record, to be honest. This one, like I said, pretty glammy. The cover kind of sizes it up pretty nicely for you. But Pink Cream 69, super stupid cover, or super stupid name, whatever. But say what you want. They chose wisely with Andy Deris. He's not Michael Kiske. Not many people are. Jeff Tate maybe is. There's a people you can count on one hand who could probably hang with Kiska.
Frank threw John Arch's name into that little crucible earlier. So yeah, that was a good call, Frank.
Absolutely. And I also saw people say that Ray Alder is kind of like the Deris of the Fates Warning catalog, where people wish that Arch was singing on that shit, but he's not. But
that was a good comparison too. And Alder's fantastic vocalist who's held that band down a hell of a lot longer than Arch ever did.
Yep. And I can see where Alan comes at some of the song. Mr. Ego is kind of a boring song. It's a good song, but it's a boring song. Soul Survivor, classic. Where the Rain Grows, absolute classic. Video for both of those, I believe. The song on here for me is Why. It's a very religious song. Matt made the comment, imagine Kiska singing on this album. You get a bit of that on here. The song Why on the bonus disc and the Blu-ray, he duets it with Deris. And it's hard to fuck up a great song. It's like it's hard to fuck up a good plate of macaroni and cheese. Macaroni and cheese is macaroni and cheese. I mean, you get a taste of...
Can we just have a moment of silence and appreciation for when Kisk and Deris are singing a song together again? Just a moment.
It's
Thank you. That's all I needed. Just a moment. It's so good.
Secret Alibi, Perfect Gentleman is absolutely great. Game is On is Take Me Home is a great song. Middle of a Heartbeat is another good ballad. Take it as you will. It's in a bad place on the album. Still We Go. They end the song on a banger. I have the bonus edition where it's got a bonus CD. It's got the song Can't Fight Your Desire, which is a weird but really good fucking Deris song. Really good. Star Invasion, Cold Sweat is a Thin Lizzy song, I believe.
Yep. Good Thin Lizzy song.
It's a good Thin
Thin Lizzy song.
And Deris does a great job on it. He's a great fucking singer.
I can see him doing that. Yep.
And to completely disregard Deris because he's not Kiska, God, it's just not fair because he's so good. He's so good. And he's still good. Live, I've watched some of the recent Helloween stuff. Kiska's struggling a little bit, which kind of freaked me out a bit. But Deris still sounds like Deris. Kiska is a little off key on the Manchester show. He was better on the other show. I haven't heard anything from they just played Hellfest the other night, but this is a great fucking record. It's so good. There's a couple low points, but it's solid, and it sold bazillions of records for Helloween. It got them, like Alan said, it got them back on track. It got them, that pulled them out of the dumpster fire for the fans. And God, it's good. It's good. It introduced a great singer who has been with them ever since. So which was what 1994.
What pressing do you have of that one, Marty? I've got the BMG Sanctuary, and it doesn't have any of the bonus stuff on there. So
it's
I'm just curious.
It's the Sanctuary Castle, and then it says under license to Scarecrow.
Oh, so you've got the Mexican pressing of the Castle Records version.
It's a 2 CD set, and it's got the second CD's got 7 songs on it. It's got some original, it's got some B-sides on it, it's got some covers on it. It's got that Graphouse Malmsteen 1991 suite. I Stole Your Love, a Kiss cover, and Close to Home, which is taken from Japan only. So there's some Japanese bonus songs on here and some B-sides and other stuff. It's worth getting it.
Castle Records was always so good about including a ton of bonus stuff, but they always had like a ton of pressings too. So
yeah. Okay, Matt, you're back. We're going with number 5. We're getting into serious fucking business right now.
We're gonna start cracking bald skulls here. Number 5 for me, Better Than Raw. This was a record that I've always really liked. I love
the cover too. She's a hot witch.
Yeah, and I don't know, to my comic book nerds out there in the world, this is a very comic booky cover. It looks like the artist is really copying the style of Greg Capullo. I don't think Greg Capullo actually did this, but my nerds out there know who I'm talking about. Great artwork on this one, though, if you like comic book style. It's not computer CGI crap, so there you go. Yay. But yeah, Better Raw. This is arguably my favorite out of all of the Deris records, not counting the reunion record, I guess. But this one, from start to finish, I mean, I love every song on this one. It's got some aggression to it that I feel like was explored a lot more on a lot of the later records. I think a lot of those records that have that kind of weird aggression, that happy aggression that Helloween has, I think you can trace a lot of that back to Better Than Raw. And this one also has some really interesting synth work over it. And anybody who knows me knows I love me a good synthesizer. And this one definitely has that, here and there on the record. And I just enjoy that. My pressing is a BMG Velvet record pressing. I don't know anything about that. For the pressing nerds out there, I don't know anything about Velvet records, whatever it is. Not important. But yeah, I love this record. Start to finish, one of my favorites. Push is a great song. It would be on a top 10, or not a top 10, but like just hits compilation of Helloween. I would definitely put Push on there. Falling Higher is really great. Hey Lord is kind of
I
a
like
skippable
that song too. I like that song too.
That's a skippable one for me. I'm not in love with that one, but it's all right. But everything else, yeah, it's a super solid record. I mean, you've already talked about this one quite a bit, Marty. I'm surprised.
I haven't even got to it yet, and I've talked about it a lot.
Oh yeah, okay, maybe that's what it is. But I'm surprised that this fell so low on Alan's list. Like, I really don't know why this was your exit point, because to me, this one really is the one that lays a lot of the groundwork for where they went after this one. So I don't know. That's my thoughts on Better Than Raw. I like it a lot. I think it's great. It's my favorite of the Deris era. Sometimes, depending on the mood, I would say The Dark Ride is my favorite out of the Helloween Deris era. But sometimes that gets corrected, and I put this one there on the top. So,
all right. Alan, you're number 5.
Well, before that, Matt, what if I were to tell you that the artist who did the Better Than Raw cover art also did the Rabbit Don't Come Easy cover art?
That's not right.
Go
Someone got a new computer for Christmas from Mom.
Check it out. Rainier Laws. He also
Really?
did the Dark Ride cover art. He was the Helloween artist for that little stretch of time.
I like the Dark Ride
cover.
cover. It's simple and cool, but yeah.
Yeah, he did a lot of the singles and EPs around that time too for them. I just looked it up because when you mentioned the comic book artist, I was like, well, let's check and see if it was that dude or something. And
yeah, that blows my mind. That blows my mind. I mean, it looks like Greg Capullo or Todd McFarlane artwork to me. I mean, this
I thought
looks
you were
like
going to say McFarlane.
Yeah, this looks like it would have been in Spawn. Like, this is old school 90s, early 90s Spawn comic book artwork. So I'm surprised.
Yeah, it has that Image Comics kind of look to it.
I mean, it's common. I mean, big boobs and big hips. It's a beautiful thing. All right, Alan.
All right, number 5. So this will be, I've got one Deris album left. And that's what's number 5. So my favorite of the Deris albums in this point in time is Straight Outta Hell. This one really clicked with me very fast when I heard it. Yes, it's another stupid cover. We've covered all that before, but really,
it's not as
really
bad as some of the others. I mean, it's okay. It looks like your
yeah.
blow-ups that were just behind you there.
Maybe an ad from the inflatables company. Just repurposed.
Helloween store 2022, 50% off all stock. Yeah.
Yep. But yeah, it opens. Navabia is a little different as an opener for the album, but it's a very, very good song.
Good song.
Love that
World
song.
of War, yeah. World of War is good. Live Now is good. Far from the Stars is just has that great epic soaring quality.
Yeah, very good. Song. Yeah.
Waiting for the Thunder. Burning Sun is again just that big chanty sing along chorus to it. So this is another album you get really deep into it before I hit anything that doesn't really impress me. You get, if I can get past track 3 or 4 on these Helloween albums, it's pretty smooth sailing. Some of the tracks later on this one are good. It does have Asshole on it, which
is
a bad
song.
the jokey, dopey song. For whatever reason, this one, it is a dumb song, but I still kind of smile when I hear it. So
I think that's a Sasha song.
I think you're right. And that one does not bother me. The closer, Church Breaks Down, is a storming way to go out on the album too. So very strong album, start to finish. Not many things that make you stop and scratch your head along the way. It keeps churning along really good. So it's this era, right in here, kind of the late aughts and into the early and mid teens. This is where I think the Deris lineup was really putting out very good albums, and not a lot of people outside of the Pumpkin Patch were paying any attention at all. Sad but true.
It is sad. Yeah.
All right, Marty, top 5 time for you. How we starting this?
Better than Raw.
Okay.
This is a fantastic record, man. I think Dwayne Lazarus mentioned he thinks it's the best Deris ever was. He didn't say that. He said it's a perfect Deris record. Deris really shines on this. I really love the production. Push, Falling Higher, great song. I love Hey Lord. Don't Spit on My Mind. I get why you don't like it, Alan, but I still like that song. For me, the song Uli Kush, the drummer, brought to the table was Revelation, a very ambitious song. It's long, it's really heavy, it's really technical. There's a lot of weird shifts in the progression. If you listen to the song, there's a lot of amazing guitar work going on there. Definite standout track on here for me. Time, I love that song. Handful of Pain, what a great fucking chorus. Holy shit. That is the earworm for me, is A Handful of Pain. Great vocals on it. Back on the Ground, Midnight Sun, Levidate Dominium.
Mm-hmm.
They're not a bad song on here. I think it's kind of a perfect record. Of the trilogy, it's my favorite for sure. If this had Y on it, I'd be even happier. I love that song so much, but awesome record. This album got a lot of push when see what I did there? Push when it came out. I remember getting this when I was writing for Maniacs. I got this promo. I put it on, I listened to it. I'm like, man, this is just happy, crappy bullshit. I put it in a box. I was divorced at the time. I had a box full of promos. Like, most of them were power metal because I was Mr. Death and black metal guy. And people would come over. I'm like, you can't leave here unless you take 2 or 3 fucking promos. You can't, because it was like getting out of hand at that point. This is one of them. And I'm so stupid, man. I wish where I'm at now could go back in time. And I've denied myself a lot of joy over the years with these records. It makes me so fucking mad. I was so up my own ass of being Mr. Culty Cult Pants. It's so fucking dumb. This is great. Absolutely great record.
Corpsey McCorpse Paint.
Corpsey McCorpse Paint. Exactly. Matt, we're down to number 4. We're getting into serious fucking business here.
All right. Serious business here. And
do we all have, pausing for just a second. We all have the same top 4. We're not going to have them in the same order. And we all have the same 4 albums left to talk about.
Well, it must mean we're all really smart.
Yeah.
I mean, it just dawned on
what
me.
I show as my number 4 might change your mind there, but
no, but I hadn't been keeping score, but I realized when Marty said this, is like, yeah, there are 4 albums not a single one of us have mentioned yet. So, spoiler alert, here we go.
Yeah. So, all right. So we're getting to a number 4 here. A little bit of a point of contention with us before we started this whole episode. You guys wanted to include some material that it was going to screw me up too much. And that's because my number 4 is Walls of Jericho. But as I know Walls of Jericho, I've only known it and heard it in this presentation, which includes that 5-song EP and the Judas material all together on one album. To me,
these old things?
Yeah. To me, those 2 put together with Walls of Jericho presented all together, this is how I've always heard Walls of Jericho. So I couldn't split them apart because I've always heard Ride the Sky as song number 7 on Walls of Jericho. I've never heard that as how the album starts.
That
You
is
know,
so
this
fucking
starts
weird.
off.
That's so weird.
It's weird, but you know, like I said, I've only been a fan of Helloween for the past 5 years or so. You know, I didn't.
No, it just mean it's weird because that song is so obviously built to be an album opener.
It is, but
it's got to be a little weird to have it,
Okay.
like in the middle of an album somewhere.
Yeah, so that's just how it was for me with this record. So, you know, if we did split that up, I mean, I would say the exact same thing about that 5-song EP as I would say about this, and which order I would show them in. I mean, to me, it's all together as one presentation. And one of my arguments about that too was that ever since 1987, which was only 2 years after Walls of Jericho and that 5-song EP came out, most presses put those two together anyway. So to me, I thought it just made sense for them to just be talked about together. I know you disagree. I know Marty disagreed, but I'm the guest and I get to throw my dick around a little bit here. So there you go. Having said all of that, Walls of Jericho is great. I am also a big Gamma Ray fan, and I think a lot of people who really only love and adore this era of Helloween, you know, you do have Gamma Ray you can go and listen to. You know, Gamma Ray does have a different sound, but I think there's a lot of roots in Gamma Ray that you can pick up from here on Walls of Jericho as well. Ride the Sky is one of the best Helloween songs, best metal songs of all time. I do not love it as much as Marty, but it's
a triumph, man. It's a fucking triumph song. It is.
It's a top tier song.
It's the end. It's an end boss. It's the end boss of fucking speed / power.
I don't have Ride the Sky tattooed on my penis like Marty does, but
I got a tramp stamp of it. What does that make me?
I do love that song a lot, and I really do.
On mine, I have Walls of Jericho combined with the self-titled EP. Think about it. I said, on my penis, I've got Walls of Ride the Sky plus the rest of the track list.
Wow, it must not be cold where you're at.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Having said all of that initial 5-song EP, I do like all 5 of those songs. Those are very fast, heavy, like such great songs. And
speed metal.
I never thought about it until recently, but yeah, that is weird that they put those ahead of Ride the Sky on this pressing. But it doesn't really change. It doesn't really change anything that I feel about any of the Kai Hansen fronted Helloween material. I like that you can just get one album that has all of that all together. That just so happens to be the version I've always had of Walls of Jericho. So great record. I think we've said a bit before, you know, Kai Hansen had a much raspier, kind of like a street rat kind of vibe to his
feral tone. Yeah.
Feral. There you go. That's a good way of putting it. And it really does add a different dimension to the band, and it really does fit the speed metal era. But where they went from here, he wouldn't have been the right vocalist for that on his own. So the voice is, of course, you know, the best stuff for that material. But for this record right here, I mean, it's damn near perfection. That's why it's in my top 4. So that's what I have to say about Walls of Jericho 5-song EP just all together. Boom.
Right on. Alan, number 4.
Oh, yep. Number 4. We're in serious territory, but
Tom. Mine's Pink Bubbles Go Ape. Except I have to just do like the lead letters of every word because it's not big enough to do the whole thing. Anyway, Finish Blood.
No, Marty, Matt's comment just made me think of the old joke. The 2 guys get dick tattoos, and the one guy says, WY. He looks over at the bathroom, like, why do you have WY tattooed on your penis? Like, oh, because my wife's name is Wendy. Why do you have WY tattooed on yours? She's like, yeah, I own Joe's tattoo parlor. It says, welcome to Joe's. I hope you enjoy your stay. So we went there, and now the chat's having a lot of fun with it. As usual, Tim's doing good, but Tom is winning here, I think.
Yeah.
All right, number 4, everybody. Tom for the win.
Yeah, that's going to be hard to top. Number 4 for me. It's time to break this one out. This album's been talked about a lot on this show and others over the past year or so since it came out. It's an amazing album. The fact that they could get all those people on the same page, no egos, everybody working together really well, and come up with a great set of songs. They have fantastic performances across the board. It's a real feat. It's a real triumph. Not as big a triumph as the fact that the cover art doesn't suck for the first time in like 35 years.
Pretty killer cover art.
They actually got a cover art, that doesn't look like it was, made by a 6-year-old playing with a ColecoVision. Hey, Marty remembered that. Yay. Somebody got the ColecoVision.
I had a friend that had ColecoVision. I was always pissed because it was like perfect arcade quality. It pissed me off. I had fucking Atari and this guy had ColecoVision. I'm like, what the fuck? It made me come over with my Atari
of 1985.
Yeah. When you throw it in the fucking garbage.
Absolutely.
It was the Neo Geo of the 1-bit world, man.
Yeah.
That was the thing. But yeah, this this album, the big reason it probably falls here above the Deris albums is simply the presence of Michael Kiske. And that, again, it is no slight against Deris. I hope I have demonstrated plenty of love for Deris tonight with lots of fantastic albums. But anytime you bring Kiske, back in as a major part of who's behind the mic, you just going to have trouble ever beating that. I can't put this any higher. And to be honest, I'm pretty comfortable with where it's at. It's not going to go any higher. But I don't think it's going to go any lower over time either. Lots of great tracks. We've talked about it. Personal favorites are like Robot King. Skyfall is just glorious.
It's genius fucking song.
But yeah, I mean, really, throughout, it's got a great track list. The only song that I ever kind of gave the sideways thumbs to, and Marty, I know you like it a lot, but Angels, it would be the one track I would skip.
That's tough.
But yeah, I know you like that one, so that's cool. And so number 4, the self-titled full length from last year. All right, Marty, what you got for number 4? I'm going to be very interested to see how yours play out here over the next few.
Number 4 for me is Keepers 2.
You mean Hypertrace?
Yeah. Yep. Okay. I'm just going to say it for a second. Let you get it out of your system. That dumb game. So dumb.
So you really only have one album left to pick, maybe 2.
Not much. I don't have much. I'm just holding this up because I don't know what I see. All I see is like a white cover. I don't know what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
But this was meant to be a double album with Keepers 1. God, it's so good. And the top 5 was kind of tough. The top 4 was tough for me. And it's just, I've spent so much time with this record. I mean, I remember buying this tape at Camelot Music, walking out of the back exit, going to my piece of shit, rusty GMC full-size Jimmy, which is a gigantic Blazer, popping the tape in my fucking album, in my tape deck. And after the intro invitation ends, Eagle Fly Free kicks in, every hair on the back of my neck stood up in unison, in salute at such an amazing fucking song. Holy shit. It's kind of like Walls, Ride the Sky.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they just nailed it. What a great, that's a Viketh song, a Viking song. I've spent so much time with this record. I still can put it on and love every note, but you got the silliness. Viking really kind of stepped up I think the first on Keepers 1, he was going through testicular cancer problems. He had a testicle removed. He was sick. He wasn't feeling good. He didn't contribute a lot to that one. This one, he kind of stepped up a bit more. He's got, he's got Eagle Fly Free. He's got Rise and Fall, which is kind of a fun, silly song. Dr. Steen, which is a fun, silly song. And he also ends with Keeper of the Seven Keys, which is a super fucking ambitious song. But the Hanson songs really crush on here. Save Us, the lead off track of side 2, is a banger of a song. What an amazing fucking song. Great. March of Time. That's another Kai song. An amazing, amazing song. God, it was hard to rank these top 4, man, but I had to put this at number 4. It's great, but I got others coming that, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? There's no Warp 7 on this one, but I still like it okay. Number 3. What you got, Matt? What's in your number 3 pile here?
All right, we're getting it, man. Keeper 1 is my number 3, and I put
so
this
good.
one. It's so good. I mean, when you're at the top 5, I mean, come on, guys. Like, where are things gonna fall? Let's not freak out too much on each other. But yeah, I mean, I don't know, Keeper 1. I've always liked it less than Part 2, and I'll get to that when I get to Part 2. But Keeper 1. So good. And I put this next to Walls of Jericho in my liking just because this really seems like the next evolution. And it really was. This is what it started so much for this band, so many others. And it's got a lot of bangers on it. I love all of side 2, really. I mean, Future World, Helloween, Follow the Sign. Those are all great. But even I'm Alive, Twilight of the Gods, Tale That Wasn't Right. I mean,
Twilight is an amazing fucking song. Holy shit.
There's really not a bad song on this record. There's just a couple of things that, puts this right below Part 2 for me. And I don't know, man. And I could be wrong, but I think there's some songs from both Keeper 1 and 2. If they had cut those out and saved them for B-sides, for singles or whatever, Keeper 1 and 2, if they were combined together, would have been the best Helloween album of all time. I like that they're split into 2 records. You got 2 really great records, but just imagine if that was released together as one record. And then a couple of the songs you're like, I like it, but I don't love it. Save that for a single.
I think the label in this case was right. Breaking them up into 2 records was the smart way to go.
It was. I mean, it built. Look at how many things it built by doing it that way. I mean, it built a legacy that was quickly trampled on right afterwards. Yeah. But I mean, you can't look at this record and it's not be taken away. I mean, it's magic. It is a magic record. It's great. What else can I really say about Keeper 1? I mean, it's the voice. It is the first appearance in the band of the voice. And yeah, I mean, he knocks it out of the park. A little 18-year-old kid who came out of nowhere that sings just as good as the big boys of the time. And
amazing.
It really catapulted that band to, I think, a level that they probably weren't ready to be catapulted to that early in their career. And I think that's probably why they ran into so many problems so very quickly. I think when you said earlier, Mr. Ego is probably written about Kisk, how could it not be? Kid was 18 years old and he changed the world. How is that not gonna mess you up a little bit? So
yeah, you start smelling your own farts and think they smell really good.
Yeah. Mine smell great. I don't know about yours. I think mine smell.
Do your farts not smell good, Marty?
Awesome. No, it's kind of got the if you think rotten garbage smells good, then yeah, they smell good.
Well, you should get too much red meat. You got to cut back on that red meat, Marty. Cut back on that red meat. And
yeah, that processed food.
They'll be better. But yeah, the Keeper records. What can? I mean, come on.
It's like, yeah, it's trying to compare. Yeah, whatever. My kid's watching. I'm gonna refrain from what I was gonna say. Anyway, hi, son. I love you. Anyway, Alan, you're up.
All right, number 3. 2 and 3 over the years have been hard for me, and they have swapped places many times over the decades. Lately, they fall into this certain pattern, and that means number 3 is number 2, Keepers 2. Fantastic album. One of my favorite albums of all time. We're getting into all three of these are three of my top albums of all time. If I ever have to do that insane thing of trying to come up with my top 25 albums of all time, I have to find a way to cram probably 3 Helloween albums onto that list, which is weird, but it's why I love this band so much. They were untouchable during this era. Incredible album here. Already heard a good assessment of it. Eagle Fly Free is one of the best opening tracks on any heavy metal album ever made. It's Ride the Sky level good. Reasons maybe this one's not quite, it doesn't rank as high as number 1 for me. You Always Walk Alone, which is an old track from Kiska's Ill Prophecy band. It's not an essential Helloween song for me. It's not bad, but it could be not on this album and I wouldn't miss it. You Rise and Fall and Dr. Stein, you get some of the goofy songs. I don't mind them. I think they're fun. I think it gave the band a very unique personality at the time. Are they must-have songs though? No.
The thing that bums me out is they always play them. They're still in the set list where I would rather hear a couple other cuts,
exactly. They shouldn't have become immortal songs, forever. They're fun songs, but you don't need them all the time. We Got the Right is a really good anthemic one. I love it. March of Time is just classic. That's classic. Immortal. I Want Out is, just, affirming generational kind of shit. And yes, Keeper of the Seven Keys is a magnificent, big, complicated, long song, but works incredibly well. So the album's firing on all singles. There's one song that I would say, maybe average, and, the 2 silly songs I do enjoy, but I don't need them all the time. And those are the worst things I can say about this album. It's a fantastic album. It's a top album. It's an A+ 10 out of 10 album for me. I've got 3 A+ 10 out of 10 albums. Some how do you rank them? This one lately is number 3. There are times this is number 2, but lately this is number 3. So there we are. All right, Marty, what you got? We're all waiting to see how high it climbs. You know what we're waiting for. We
number 3. 10 years ago, this would have been my number 1. Walls of Jericho. Yeah, there's a lot of love in these grooves on this record. I've spun this record a million fucking times, and Ride the Sky, man. Every time I hear that song, it sounds like the first time. And people were talking about us giving Storm Warrior some praise. There, if you go on YouTube and look up Ride the Sky Storm Warrior, there is a festival they're playing where they play Ride the Sky and Kai Hansen comes out and sings a whole song. Oh my God, note for note, absolute perfection. And Kai, his voice hadn't really kind of started to go on the downslide yet. He was crushing it. It is amazing. It is an amazing cover live. And that was my first connection with Storm Warrior. I'm like, holy crap, these guys are amazing. But this is a great record. This is the speed metal era of Helloween with a lot of melody injected into it. Ride the Sky, of course. Phantoms of Death is a big favorite. How Many Tears is a damn classic. Heavy Metal's a Lost Fun. Gorgar, Metal Invaders. Not a bad song on this record. It is absolutely excellent speed metal from Germany with a bit of power to it. And I love it. It's an eternal classic for me. It should have been my number 1, but it's not. Today, it's not. Number 2. You're up.
Are you going to give me the full screen here?
I was crossing off my list here. I don't know why I'm doing that, because I'm anal. Anyway.
So by showing number 2, it obviously shows my number 1, but let's be patient, everybody. Keeper 2 is my number 2. And for some of the reasons that you guys said why this wasn't higher than the first one for you, I don't know, man. I have never seen Helloween live, and I really hope that I will one day, but I do not want to go to a Helloween show and not see them play Eagle Fly Free March of Time, I Want Out, or Keeper of the Seven Keys. Like I need to hear those 4 songs live.
They're all in their set list. They're all in their set list.
I know, but you guys are saying like there's ones from this album where you're like, I want to hear some deeper cuts. And yeah, the deeper cuts are great. Every song on the album is great, but those four songs, like, they really are what sold me on this band. And really the song that made me fall in love with Helloween was March of Time. That was really the first song that spoke to me, blew the doors wide open. It really, man, that song, I played it. I must have played it like 50 times in a row. It just, I could not get enough of March of Time. It was just the most epic thing I had heard in a long time. It just really blew my balls off in the best possible way. And same thing with I Want Out. I mean, I Want Out is such a catchy song. It's just a banger. Kai Hansen basically saying, I hate you guys and I want out of here. But I mean, it's one of their best songs, I think. Go Fly Free. What can you say about that? Really, I know people like Dr. Stein, but they pronounce it Dr. Steen. That always annoys the hell out of me, how they mispronounce that. But it is a great song. Like, if you can get past the mispronunciation, you know, we all pronounce things weirdly from time to time, right? Who cares? Great song. I mean, it's a great record. And the only reason really why this gets placed higher, Keeper 1, is just because of Eagle Fly Free, March of Time, I Want Out, Keeper of the Seven Keys. Keeper of the Seven Keys is one of my favorite epic, long-running, kind of triumphant, galloping kind of songs. And I Want Out is one of my favorite catchy, just like anthemic, fist-pumping songs. March of Time is the voice calling down and making his presence known to the world. And Eagle Fly Free, like you guys said, I mean, how better way to open an album?
The voice. The voice on that song is so good.
Voice. So this is number 2. And there's reasons why my number 1 is my number 1. We'll get there soon enough. But how can you not have this at least in your top 3? I don't get it. How could you not? How could you not?
You pick Hypertrace over it, that's how.
Well, that's a different ranking. I mean, come on.
Shithead.
What is it with you guys in that Scanner album? Come on, man. It's a great record, but come on.
It is a great record. Damn it.
That record. It is a great record. You guys turned me onto that record, I think.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
I'm not thanking you for it, but yeah.
You're welcome anyway.
You want it too much. You just want it too much.
All right. Alan, number 2.
Number 2. All right. Number 2 for me, Walls of Jericho. A fantastic album. Not a bad track on the album at all.
No.
Unique sounding album. I mean, Kai's voice is pretty distinctive. This album had its own little niche for the longest time. The only other thing that sounded like it was the original self-titled EP. And for those, again, some folks in the chat have been asking, saying they wish we would have ranked it. If I had to rank it, if I had to rank it, the EP would come right here, and then Walls of Jericho would be right above it. And the reason is simple: they're very similar. They're operating in the same vein, but one has 5 songs and the other has more songs. Personally, I think we made the right call leaving the EP off. Comparing EPs to full-length albums gets a little weird because it's a lot easier to put 4 or 5 bangers on a release and call it a day than put together a full-length, 8 or 10 tracks or 12 tracks and have it, be as, strong. So, but if I had to, I'd go EP and then I'd have Walls of Jericho right above it. So
looks like you have the same copy that I do, where everything is on there. This thing clocks in at 71 minutes of Kai Hansen greatness, where it has the 5-song EP, Walls of Jericho, and Judas all together. I mean,
yeah, it's the old Futurist pressing. Yeah, I did once upon a time. I had the original Combat CD pressing that was just Walls of Jericho. When I first got the album, I had the cassette that was just Walls of Jericho. So this was actually my 3rd copy of Walls of Jericho, I think. Yeah, I think so. Wow. But yeah, this one's got this. This is a great way to get all that material for folks and have it in one place.
Yeah.
There is not a bad track on here. Y'all have hit this, but yeah, Ride the Sky, amazing opener. Reptile, is a great stomper of a track. Guardians, has that huge epic flair. Phantoms of Death, killer track. Metal Invaders is a blazer. Gorgar's the kind of funny song that sounds kind of weird and creepy till you figure out it's about a pinball machine eating all your quarters. So, even here, Helloween's already got that goofy vibe. Heavy Metal is the Law, absolute stomper, burning it down. How Many Tears, great way to close the album out. Every song on here is just pure gold. I always, always, always wished Helloween had made one or two more albums like this before, Kiska had come on board and they kind of changed directions. Because obviously with his voice, the music goes in a bit of a different direction. But as Marty mentioned before, that is what the band Storm Warrior is for. If you're not familiar with them, it's a German band that early in their career, they unabashedly just ape Walls of Jericho. I mean, they are to early Helloween what Blazing Stone is to Running Wild. It's just like, we're just going to copy exactly what you did because you did it so damn good, but then you stopped doing it.
And they got the street cred because Kai has done a lot of live shows with them, not just once. He's been like a lot of different shows doing old Helloween songs.
Oh yeah, Kai was on board with the band, from the get-go. This wasn't something where he, latched on later. Storm Warrior, was popular, but they've been around long enough to have a fan base. But they're not a huge name in power metal circles. But yeah, Kai was on board from album one, and Storm Warrior has evolved their sound a little bit. I think they've drifted a little bit more towards Running Wild material sounds and Rage sounds. They're not strictly doing Walls of Jericho Part 7 on their next album.
And their CDs aren't cheap.
They're again, they don't
missing.
Get the
I've got them all but one, and I just don't want to spend the money on it yet.
Yeah, let me know which one you're missing, and I'll keep an eye out for you, Marty.
All right.
But so if you just need more Walls of Jericho, by all means, check out Storm Warrior, fantastic band. But yeah, Walls of Jericho is, by most bands, this would be, their best album by a country mile. But for Helloween, it's number 2. And like I said, sometimes it slips down to number 3, and Keepers 2 climbs up here. Those two jockey back and forth a bit. But we've got one left to go, and neither of them ever gets up to number 1. And we'll talk about that in a few minutes. But Marty, what you got at number 2?
Number 2, Keepers 1. Fantastic album. My God, it's perfect. I'm Alive, A Little Time, Twilight of the Gods. What an amazing, amazing song. I'm Alive is an amazing song. I mean, what a great opener. Tale That Wasn't Right. Again, you got to get that. First, we should state this is the first European power metal album. It just is. This is the album that coins the term power metal. You think of power metal as it is today, they are all suckling at the teats of this album. They're all tenderly caressing the scrotums of this album. Sorry, Parker, if you're watching.
Your son's watching, Marty. Watch it.
Yeah, he's heard worse. My God, it's just an 18-year-old steps up, an unheard of 18-year-old steps up and lays down an amazing vocal performance that is Jeff Tate and Bruce Dickinson rolled into one. You got Future World, which today is still in their catalog. It's still in their live set. Helloween. God, it's a damn perfect record. It's perfect. It's so good. And back when their covers were good. And also, the 6th member of the band during this whole era is that Tommy Hansen.
Mm-hmm.
What an amazing production on this stuff. It sounds like it came from the era, but it's still today. You put this record on, it sounds fucking great. It sounds amazing. It sounds like the time it came out. It doesn't sound too old. It doesn't sound too new. It's perfect for the time it came out. It holds up today. It's a great production. He also did Keepers 2. He also did Time of the Oath, I think. No, he also did Master of the Rings, I believe. Things are getting fuzzy at this point. I've had a lot of Guinnesses tonight, but like I said, man, 10 years ago, my lineup would have been a lot different, but things have been kind of set on its ass with things that have happened here recently. But this album's amazing, an absolute perfect record. Number 2 for me.
And then
Matt,
there was
you're
one.
down. You're number 1. You've been cheating off the same paper. Biatch.
We are, and I had a feeling, Marty, that our number 1s would be the same, just because I think the two of us bonded over this record more than anything else since the time we've been friends. I mean,
It's the perfect combination of all their eras, all in one.
It's everything. I mean, I don't know how many times you've texted me or messaged me and be like, dude, I'm listening to Helloween. Dude, I'm listening to Helloween. And it's this one that we're always listening to. I mean, we have spun this so much. And, you know, I really didn't know where to place this. And then it just made sense for it to be number 1 for me, because this is the one that, like you just said, it has everything. It has everything I want from Helloween. It has all 3 guys on here. Every song on this record is a banger. Every song I know by heart. You know, I've listened to this more than I've listened to anything else, and it's really been in a short amount of time. Will my opinion on this record change over time? Yeah, probably. But
no, I've listened to that album the other day, and it's still.
You don't know what they're going to come
awesome.
up with next. You don't know if they're going to come up with something that blows this out of the water. You never know. You know, I can never say never on anything, but I don't know, man. Just as great as the Keeper records are, and Walls of Jericho are, and the best of the Deris albums are, this record just, when I want to hear Helloween, this is a greatest hits Helloween without being a greatest hits record. It has nods to everything that they've ever done. It has so many catchy songs to it. There are songs that mirror certain songs from other albums. I get from this record what I want from Helloween, and I'm always slightly offended when people don't see the greatness of this record.
I know. I don't get it, man. It
hurts me just a little bit, because I'm like, how? Like, what are you hearing that I'm not hearing? Like, this is great. Like, what kind of a miserable prick are you to not love this record? I don't get it. Like, I just don't get it. Everything about it is great. And, you know, we've bashed Helloween artwork a lot on this episode, but take it in, man. Look at that. It's fantastic. Sick. The whole package is wonderful. I'm not going to take it out and show the whole booklet, because you have internets, people. You can look it up yourselves, or
fucking buy it. Just
buy it. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I have the special edition vinyl that's got the bonus tracks on it. I have the CD bonus edition just so I could listen to it in places where I can't listen to the record. I have listened to Skyfall so many times, both the edited version and yeah, you're exactly who I was talking about, Eric. I mean,
we still love you, Eric, but yeah.
We have a private chat where anytime me and Marty talk about Helloween, Eric jumps on us like, God, fuck you guys. Like, enough with the Helloween love. Like, give me the hate. And yeah. I get it. You know, Helloween's not for everybody, but you know, it's such a great record. I mean, Marty, join me in bowing down to this title.
Don't worry, it's coming. It's coming.
Yeah.
It's coming.
Yeah. So,
Alan, you're number 1. I know we all know what it is now, but I want to hear.
We do. Yep. Yeah. And yeah, I'll just say, you know, it's very cool that you guys are that into the new album. I personally would never be able to rank an album so new, so high in a discography. Just for me, that album's got to, maybe over time it will rank higher for me. I don't know. Maybe it will rank lower. It's got to earn it, though. There's no way I can rank it higher than these albums that I have loved for 30 years. On to my number 1. Yeah, it's the only one I haven't talked about. It's this. This is my favorite heavy metal album ever made. So there's no way it's not going to be.
There's no denying that.
There is nothing. There's no keep or reap option where I don't keep this album. You can pair it against.
Oh really? Oh really? That sounds like a challenge. It sounds like a challenge of your little fucking game.
This is my favorite heavy metal album ever made. The end.
Up against Ample Destruction.
Keep this one.
Okay.
Don't even pause. It's not a question. There is no contest. even for my second favorite heavy metal album of all time, which I know, I don't even hesitate. It's this. If I get one album for the rest of my life, I keep this. See what I did? One, keepers one. Yeah, you see what I did.
I was
Even when I'm being serious, I'm funny.
Fuck yeah.
This is my album. And it does have a little flaw to it. Even I'm not going to claim it's perfect. It does have a little flaw to it. But the track list is amazing. I'm Alive is probably my favorite heavy Helloween song of any. There's so many that are close, but if I've got to pick one, I'm Alive. It encapsulates everything that made this band special. It's fast. It's epic. You sing along to it. It's got amazing guitar leads that just blow my mind to this day. And
there is not a Helloween album that does not have a non-amazing I'm sorry.
Yeah, and it's got that real. I mean, the title alone, it's got this very positive vibe about it. It's not total annihilation of death, crushed in the filth and rot and horror that is life. Thanks, alive. Eric. Everything else is negotiable. I'm alive.
How does it compare to this, though? I mean,
sorry, to that.
I mean, come on, man. Like,
this sits upon a throne. That sits within a porcelain throne. Going through the rest of the
it's funny because you hate Chameleon as much as Eric Bauer hates all Helloween. So
Eric and I might be able to bond on that there. And thanks, Eric. That's cool of you, man. Other tracks here. A Little Time. Again, it's perfect. Twilight of the Gods is perfect. The first side of this album is untouchable. It's just untouchable. A Tale That Wasn't Right. Yeah, I guess. Is this at the end of side one or the beginning of side two on the vinyl? I'm forgetting where the break is right now.
Hold on.
It's a good song.
It's the last song on side one.
Yeah, it slows. It's different because it does slow things way down compared to it's just had these real high octane killers. So it changes gears a lot. Bounces right back with Future World, which is again just stunningly done. You've got the title track, longer, epic, kind of getting the story thing going, works really well. If the album has one flaw, and the problem is when you look at it, it's only 37 minutes and it really only has 5 real songs on it. It's, it's got an intro and it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry. It's got 6 songs on it. It did need to be truly perfect and just, bronzed and put on the mantle. It needs one more 4-minute, 5-minute song. It needs one more track because it always feels too short. You get to the end of the album, it's like
maybe Eagle Fly Free.
Eagle Fly Free, I Want Out, March of Time, any of those Kai songs, that were on Keepers 2. One more song.
If any of those were on that record, that would be my favorite Helloween record. Like,
yeah. That it's the only, I'm going to nitpick. You nitpick your favorites. You're critical of the best of the best. One more song is all I wanted. I wanted one more song here, and it would have been the absolute be all end all. It is my favorite. I remember the first time ever hearing it. Again, lived out in the sticks. You couldn't get stuff easily. Ended up on a high school marching band field trip. We went to Atlanta to play at probably Six Flags over Georgia or someplace like that. And of course, that means there are shopping malls, which kids. I mean, in all seriousness, for some of the kids on these trips, it was their first time going up and down an escalator. Mm-hmm. That sounds fucked up, but I mean, putting it in context. Yeah, I got to a real honest to God record store. I'd had that thrash metal compilation for a while, was dying to hear more of this band. And I got the tape of Keepers 1, and I sat there in the hotel room that night while a bunch of, we were sitting around at, the table. Everyone's, playing poker. Somebody, had, found a way to get a pack of cigarettes. Everyone's, having a good old time. And I've got, the headphones and the Walkman, and I'm just playing that album over and over all fucking night. I've loved it since the first time I've heard it, and I will love it forever. My favorite heavy metal album ever made.
And cheers to that. There's no denying it, man. There's no denying it. And, Dwayne made a comment here. I do get where Alan's coming from. 30 plus years of such a masterpiece is hard to be dethroned by a 1-year-old.
Yeah, I personally, I can't do that. And not just in this case, to be clear. This isn't just like a Helloween thing. Anytime I get a new album and I think it's just like, top of the line, glorious, my grade for it's going to be 9 out of 10. It's going to be like, A-. Because in my mind, A- usually means like, it's in that kind of holding zone. Let's see how it does a year from now, 2 years from now, 5 years from now. I'm a paleontologist. I'm used to thinking of things on like 10 and 20 million year timescales. 2 and 3 years isn't a big deal for me. For just any new album that blows me away, I never give it an A+ right out of the gate. Whether it's the self-titled Helloween, whether it was Atlantean Codex's Course of Empire, nothing gets the A+.
Which is a great fucking album. Holy shit. It's a fucking great record.
Let the smart man up there is saying, nothing gets the perfect score for me until it can pass the March of Time. See what I did there?
Time marches on.
Time marches on, and these albums have to hold up over time to get that top of the top ranking from me for any band, for any style of music. But yeah, and Marty, the last thing I'll say, and then I'll shut up because I've gushed about it enough. It cannot be overstated. Your point deserves reiterating. This album, Keepers 1, it is the welcome to hell of power metal. It's the album that creates a genre that 1,000 bands have copied for decades now.
And not as well as that album.
It completely, Venom creates extreme metal. Helloween creates power metal. Yes, these days, Marty and myself, we old farts, we refer to a lot of early and mid 80s US stuff as power metal, stuff like Omen and all that. Yeah. That's a completely different style and flavor.
It's a different US power metal is different than European power metal. It's a different vibe.
Yeah. European power metal before Keepers 1 is closer to those bands. When you look
the sad thing is US power metal has kind of died. Where European power metals lived on and on and on, you know.
There are some good bands that carry that torch to this day, but it never became popular again. Yeah. But Keepers 1's impact on the progression of heavy metal and just the creating of this whole genre, which again, it's not necessarily the most popular genre with a lot of folks, like all of us commented on earlier. This is the album that starts it. There's no back and forth on, well, what was the first? It could have been this. It could have been
Possessed is death metal. Possessed is death metal. No, it's not.
Was it Possessed? Was it Scream Bloody Gore? Was it Blue Cheer versus Black Sabbath? There is no question and no contest here. This album launches 1,000 bands for 3 decades, 4 decades afterwards.
Agreed.
Okay, I'll shut up now.
Well, I'm the second guy in this chat that is naming a 1-year-old as the number 1 album, but I want to say first, when I heard that they were getting, I mean, it's obvious why Deris has said in older interviews how he would love for Kiska to come back. He has always been a champion for wanting this union to happen again, and it took Gamma Ray and Helloween did a tour some time ago. It might have been My God-Given Right tour. It might have been the album before it. And Kai would come out with Helloween and play some songs. And, he at some point said that, Kai and Kiska were in a band called Unisonic. And Kai looked at Michael or Kiska one day and said, look, it'd be a shame if we didn't try this again. It'd be a shame if we let this go and not tried it again. And Kai said, I'm open to it. which is the first time he ever said that. And come to find out, the drummer for Unisonic is also Helloween's manager. Costa, I believe is his name. He's also a Pink Cream 69 guy. I mean, this whole scene is so there's a lot of nepotism going on here. But honestly, I heard all this shit going on early on. I'm like, you know what? I don't want it to happen. It just seems like a money grab thing. I really liked My God-Given Right. I thought it was an excellent record. I really liked both Unisonic albums, the second one in particular. If you want Keepers 3, that is a damn close strike it's damn close. The second Unisonic record is very close to being Keepers 3. Yep. As is Land of the Free by Gamma Ray. Mm-hmm. I'm like, I don't want this to happen. I'm happy with where everybody is. Everybody's doing the right thing. They're making great records. I don't care. My fear is they're going to get back in the band. Kiska, the voice, is back in the band. Andy Deris is going to be relegated to a secondary role. Fuck that. He's been in the band longer than either of Kiska and Hansen. It's going to be a bad thing all the way around. I see them play at the Wacken Live thing. Kind of blows me away how they orchestrated it. It really is quite amazing how they did all that stuff. This album comes out. This is my number one. And I had to sit for a minute and really think, do I want to put this as my number one? You know, all these years of nostalgia with the Keepers records, the Walls of Jericho records. Those albums have been part of my DNA. This album comes along. It blows me away. I can't believe it. I can't believe how good it is. You've got three of the best guitar players in metal, Sasha, Wyckoff, and Hansen, and they all share equal space. They write some amazing songs. Deris and Kiska together, who would have thought that it would be such a perfect union? And it wasn't just Kiska coming back and doing and being taken over the band. It is perfectly orchestrated. You know, there's Deris songs on here, and some Deris songs Kiska sings on. He's just as much of a role as Deris is, other than songs like Mass Pollution. That's a Deris song. Rise Without Chains. Kiska is there. He's singing backups. They just link so well together. For me, this record is a mind-blowing comeback. It is a comeback that doesn't sound like a money grab. It sounds like a band that's hungry. It sounds like a band that knows who they are. They've got every weapon that you can imagine in their arsenal. For me, this is Out for the Glory. Everybody rants and raves how that's Eagle Fly Free. I like that song a lot. I don't like the narration in the middle of it. I think Eagle Fly Free is a little bit better of an opener. But Fear of the Fallen, that to me is the wow. That's a Deris song. Kiska and Deris linking up on this song is goddamn magic. It's perfection. It's perfection. Best Time, they just released a video. It's the cheesiest, happiest song on here. That's a Sasha and Deris song. Sasha had the song. He couldn't finish it. Deris came in a hotel room and they finished it together. It's a fun song. Mass Pollution. It's kind of a Deris song. It's kind of his, anthem, arena, big show type. Then they're playing it live now. It's one of the songs in the set list. Angels for me is a great song. That's a Sasha song. A lot of feeling on it. Rise Without Chains is a great Deris song. Indestructible is Marcus Groskoff's, his only contribution to this album. It's a great, fun Helloween song. Robot King is the only song on this album that took me a minute to wrap my head around. There's a chorus. There's a pre-chorus to the chorus. There's like such a buildup. It doesn't fall right where I want it to fall for the chorus to come in, and they like delay it. It always kind of fucked me up. Hey, Craig, what's up, man? Good to see you, brother. Hope you're doing well. Closing Cut Hall of Fame stuff. It's my number 3 favorite Helloween album overall. My number 2 Better Than Raw. Number 1 Keepers Part 1. For me, the beast, the very last, there's like, this is the bone. There's the 2 bonus tracks are on here. The song Golden Times. It's a Kiska singing on it. What a great fucking song. If I was the master of starlight, I would shine in the dark and rise through the night. What a great song. Skyfall. Wow. Hansen was late to the writing table. He didn't really have any songs, and he come around and dropped a 13-minute long, 12-minute long song. It's a beast, man. It's a beast. Apparently, I've read and heard interviews. He wanted to sing the vocals on this, and was pissed that he wasn't gonna be allowed to, because Kiska and Deris went in and did it, and whoever was doing that, I think Costa was kind of like air traffic controlling all this stuff. They're like, no, man, you got to do it with Kiska and Deris, and it topped the charts in a lot of countries, and it's an amazing song. It's one of Kai's crowning achievements, man. It's a great song. This album is a union of all 4 of their eras. I mean, this is the 4th era of the band with all the members back together. This is a union. This is an amazing meeting of the minds of a metal record. They consciously chose not to put any ballads on this one. They wanted to keep it all bangers. It was a good choice. I mean, a ballad on here wouldn't have fucked it up. It would have probably been fine. I would anticipate, should there be a next record, which I really hope there is, there'll probably be a ballad on it, which I'm sure will be fine. I mean, all the Helloween ballads are typically good.
Well, Angels is pretty much the ballad of the album. You know,
Alan doesn't like that song, but when the chorus hits, it's so good. It's such a good. It's weird. It's kind of a weird feel, but it's really, that's another Sasha song. I really like that song a lot. He's a really good songwriter. Fantastic. I drank the Kool-Aid on this record, people, and not only did I get this, I also pre-ordered the CD version of it.
That's what I have. I have that version.
The 2 CD. It's got the 2 bonus tracks on disc 2, and I also spent $60 for the Japanese import, because I heard there was more bonus songs, which has Pumpkins United, which was a single when they all got back together, and also another song that doesn't appear on anything called "We Are Real," which starts off with Kai singing. It sounds like the Ramones. It's actually not a very good song. I'm not going to lie. It's not a good song, but I paid $60 for one song for the Japanese import, but it was worth it. So yeah, I've got a lot. I've invested a lot in this record, and it's for good reason. This album, it blew my mind. It's only a year old, but God, it's like the best of them over a lot of time. It's better than the last few Gamma Ray records. It's better than it's hard to say it's better than the last few Helloween records, because I've liked them all, but it's the perfect union of all their eras in one, and it's hard not to put it at number 1 for me. Granted, I've got nostalgia, and I've got decades of love in the Keepers records. I've got decades of love in the Walls of Jericho, but it's a goddamn good record. It's so good. It's so well written. The musicianship on it. You listen to the guitar solos. Holy fuck, man. Coming from a guitar player. Yeah, I've got the collector's curse. I do. Totally. The guitar playing is amazing, and the way they wrote the songs and how it all comes together, and how they're also, the ego is stripped away. Deris, on songs he wrote, he wanted Kiska to sing on them. He knows the voice. He knows the 2 voices together. It's just such a perfect union. The weapons, there's 7 members in this band. There are 6 songwriters in this band. Kiska didn't write any songs for this record, but he can write songs. He chose not to, but there's an endless possibility of what could happen in the future if they stick together. I think they're gonna. I hope they do, because this is a hard fucking record to follow up. I'm going to say it's in Kellen, if you're still watching, maybe buy this record. It's so good. It's all the albums, all the eras come together. And yeah, I've splooged on long enough. Sorry, everybody. Everybody is rolling their eyes. It's just the way it is. My number one, and I don't even feel bad about it. It's so good. How can you not feel? I listened to this album the other day, and I'm not sick of it. I've listened to it a million times. I'm not sick of it. It doesn't get old. It still makes me feel better than what's going on in my life.
It puts a smile on your face every time you hear it, and just every time you hear it, your mood always goes from here to here, no matter where you are. And God, the replay value that record has, it's really incredible because it's their 16th album, and we both ranked it number one. Like that's
insane.
That's a very strong record for a band to have been around this long. When has that ever happened before? Like a band like this that is a legacy band at this point puts out a new album. Yeah, everybody likes it and it's cool, and then like you move on. No, that new Helloween record, it sticks. It doesn't just stick the landing, it sticks to the flypaper. I mean, it's just stuck.
And if people that say that they don't like this record, they think this record sucks, their fucking soul is dead. They're dead inside. If you can't crawl out of your bedroom black metal, world long enough to appreciate good true metal, God, you're missing the fucking point, man. You're missing it.
And Scott Tannick here, he's got a comment. I love how Banger bitched about it being too long. I remember when I watched that review,
I was so pissed. Sarah reviewed that. I was like, what the fuck?
So offended and pissed off because I was like, it's not even like an 80-minute long album. It's not a double disc. What do you mean it's too long? It's just a great, skip a song or two if you don't want to listen to the whole thing. That review was like, I never wanted to smack a woman before.
That review pissed me off, but you know what?
So bad.
I've been in her position. She probably gets shit tons of promos sent to her, and she spent 5 minutes. Well, give it to Sarah. She likes metal. She likes true metal, and she listened to it a few times. I mean, it's a lot to process here. It's a grower. I mean, this album changed a lot for me over listens,
The first problem with that review, because I had the same reaction y'all did, and usually I like her reviews a lot. She puts a lot of thought into them.
I got to pee.
Has
Keep
a lot
talking.
of points. That review never should have happened. And she admits it in the very beginning, like in the first few minutes when she started that review.
She's moving somewhere and she's too busy to review it. Well, then don't do the review.
Well, it's not just that.
Wait a couple weeks.
Yes, that was going on. But, she flat out says in the review that I wasn't really in the mood for this kind of music. Well, right then, you should have handed the review to someone else or not done it. Give it to someone else at Banger to go over. Give it to, Pop Off. Martin could have covered that album just fine. If you're not in the mood to listen to something, obviously you're not going to like it very much,
and you're going to harp on like a negative is going to become so much bigger in the equation if that's not what you're in the mood for. So
you can't do that as a reviewer.
That's not fair. It's not a fair review to complain about that. And
no, it can't be. I mean, I know that from
me. What annoyed me about it was like she brought it up like 5 or 6 times, like that's what you're harping on. Like, it's a great record that's too long. Like, what are you even talking about? Like, it just didn't make sense.
And as she did that, I mean, the thing though that she kept saying too is like, like she's like, none of these songs are really bad. I don't think I would cut any of them, but they're too long. So I was like, well, wait. Yeah, you're complaining the album's too long, but you're not naming you can't name a single song you want to cut from the album. That doesn't balance, which again goes back to the point that you just weren't in the mood to listen to this album. So and that's okay that you weren't. I mean,
you shouldn't have reviewed it. You shouldn't have been the one chosen. But having said that, can you imagine how, like if that Blaine dude?
Blaine, don't hand it to Blaine. I said hand it to. I was like, if you're gonna hand this to someone, hand it to Martin. Maybe that guy who tends to do the prog metal Dream Theater type releases. Maybe he could have done it. I don't remember.
I know
his name,
it's been a long time since I've watched banger reviews, and I have to say that review of the Helloween record was kind of the straw that broke my back.
Oh yeah, me too. I haven't watched them since, dude. Seriously,
it was such
I was
a
pissed.
bad. It just was so annoying to me that I was like,
never,
no, I'm done with you guys. Sorry.
I get it. It's a long record. It's a long record to unpack. It's a very dense record. If you listen to it, there's a lot of folds musically. There's a lot going on. It isn't just a power chord record. There's a lot of like really highly developed songwriting shit going on there. And the solos alone are like, if you just like, well, meh, you didn't listen to the record enough. I mean, like I said, it took me 10 listens to fully unpack it. It just did.
Yeah. But yeah, to anybody, I mean, there's some YouTube content creators, in the chat still and stuff. We all know, or we all learn very quickly, never sit and listen and try to review something that you're not in the mood for. It's just, there's no way it's going to work well. I know
there's no point. You're wasting everyone's time, including your own.
Yeah, you are. When I used to write reviews for a small zine in the mid and late 90s, the editor kept trying to hand me these very brutal gore kind of death metal albums, and I'd just be like, dude, this isn't this is not something I'm really that into. You don't want me reviewing this album. I can only say a few nice things about it, and I'm going to end up giving it kind of a low score because it's not my. This is not something you want me to review. You hand it to somebody else and let them do it so that it can get a fair rundown. Never do that. As soon as she said that in the beginning of the video, it's just like, oh, this video should not exist. It just should not exist.
It wasn't fair. It wasn't a fair. No.
Nah.
But like you said, Marty, like that happens if you're a professional reviewer. You get so much stuff that is going to cross your desk that you have been assigned. Have to do it,
Yep.
It just caught her on the wrong day, I think, and we're all guilty. Like if you
I am too.
Yeah, you go back and read your old Worm Gear reviews or Metal Maniacs reviews. I'm sure there's a few stinkers in there. I look at my old reviews I wrote for my old fanzine, and I hate every single one of them. Like I shouldn't have written any of them. Like what the hell was I thinking? But it happens. But
well, before we completely disengage from here, I have a couple more things to show. Ultimately, we start off showing this. People, check this out. It's all 7 members. It's a well-composed, well-edited, great sounding live show. 2 Blu-ray set. I don't have a lot of Kiska's solo stuff, but I do have this 1996 record, Instant Clarity. This to me sounds very Helloween. This came after Chameleon, obviously. And obviously he came back around and wanted to do some metal again. I think Kai is even on this. I think Adrian Smith is on this too, to be honest, from Iron Maiden. Let me check.
Yeah, they are. I'm pretty sure you're right. Both of those guys are on there.
This is a really good record. It really is solid. Kiska, of course, is beautiful. There's some really great songs on here. There's a couple okay songs, but it's really good. There's others of his in his discography as well I have not heard. He got kind of into an acoustic thing for a while. I never really checked it. And Ben also sent me this tribute album, which is quite fantastic. It's called The Keepers of Jericho, a tribute to Helloween. This is a fantastic Helloween tribute record. You've got Rhapsody doing Guardians, Sonata Antarctica doing I Want Out, Heaven's Gate, A Little Time, Metallurgy doing Ride the Sky, which is really good. Luca Turilli doing I'm Alive, Morphe doing Judas, Visions Divine, Eagle Fly Free, Brainstorm doing Savage, Labyrinth doing Future World, Sidonia doing Save Us, Squealer doing Victim of Fate, Darkmoor doing Helloween, and Secret Sphere doing How Many Tears. It's a great tribute. Tribute records are usually hit or miss for me. This one, it's solid. You got a lot of bands that Helloween influenced, putting their mark on some classics, and they don't fuck them up. There's not really anything on here I went, ooh, that was rough. It's all within the ballpark and very solid, which also shows that, people took their Helloween very seriously, and when they're there to pay tribute, they're not going to fuck it up. Good tribute. Thanks, Ben, for sending that, by the way.
I don't know, man. All those Dwell Records covers, albums.
This is on a Rise Records, where I've never even heard of that label, to be honest. But there it is. Does anybody have anything to add to this Love Fest?
I would just add, fans of the new Helloween record and the Keeper records and Walls of Jericho, listen to Unisonic. I mean, Unisonic, like you had said before, it's I don't know if I would call it Keeper 3, but I mean, you've got guys from Pink Cream, Helloween together doing Helloween stuff that very likely was material that wound up on that new record too.
Their first album was very AOR. I mean, it was kind
very
of
AOR. It is, and the second record is a lot better. But when you listen to songs like Exceptional, doesn't Exceptional sound almost exactly like Best Time?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, they're very similar. So I think, Kai Hansen and Kiska doing what they're doing in Unisonic, I think a lot of seeds planted in Unisonic wound up on the new Helloween material. So that is a band to check out, equally as good as that newer Helloween stuff. Check out some Unisonic, fun stuff.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Alan, how about you? Where you at?
At the end of the day, I'm in a good place. The question, I've been turning over my head, over really the past couple months is, where do I put Helloween after all of this? Now, that I've, really solidified my understanding and appreciation for the Deris albums and such. For the long, back in the day, up through Keepers 2, Helloween was my favorite band. Once you got, the Pink Bubbles and the Chameleon, and then the first few Deris albums, when I had to list my top 5 bands, it became qualified. It was Helloween's pre-Bubbles, or usually I would say pre-Chameleon era is my favorite. The
Sure.
Top 5 band. But I wanted to chop on it. It was always like, and then the rest of the stuff, whatever. Honestly, haven't decided what I do with them now. They've established, a really long string of, as we've seen tonight, pretty consistent albums.
Quality, a lot of quality.
As we've all mentioned, Matt and I said it repeatedly. Those albums in the middle, it was really, really hard to rank them because they're all pretty consistent. They've all got tracks on them that we like quite a bit. We all put them in slightly different orders, but 6 months from now, I could have them in the order Matt had, and Matt might have them in the order I had. I don't know. So yeah, I'm kind of still figuring out, is Helloween firmly entrenched as one of my top 5 bands with their entire catalog? No more, cutting it off at a certain point. Have they passed anybody that was on that list? I'm not sure. But they definitely, have, a very strong and good catalog. And a lot of that material from the 2000s, did get unfairly overlooked. No, not just by myself, but, I think by a lot of folks too.
Well, by me too. 2019 is where the door opened up for me,
Yeah.
And I would have to think like the success of the new Helloween record is making people go and look at those albums. I mean, when you go and you try to find these albums on Discogs or eBay, like they're getting more and more expensive. So I have to think people are going back and checking them out and enjoying them. I would hope so, at least.
Mm-hmm.
It seems,
I'm glad I came.
Like their star has risen a lot because of how great that new record was. It put them right back where they needed to be, a band that people were talking about,
And the reunion made me check out the Deris era, but I landed on Deris before I hit the new Helloween. So I'm glad I didn't have the new Helloween clouding my judgment on the Deris era, because man, I fell hard for it. I love it. I couldn't believe how good it was, and I couldn't believe how stupid I was for turning a nose up to it.
Yep.
It's just, and people, I would say out there that if you're if you're like us, just disregarding a whole era, an era that lasts longer than the Kiska and the Hansen era combined, man, you're missing out on a lot of great music, a lot of joy. And I mean, that this
10
shit has given me,
albums.
yeah, there's a
10
lot of
albums.
fucking records.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of, there might be a song here and there on each album that's like, meh, but there's a lot of songs on each album that are really good material. You could put it up there. I mean, Alan's kind of making the face, but
I'll follow up with something here in a minute, but no, go ahead and finish.
it could sit right up there. There's some songs that fit right in there. I mean, they've changed vocalists, which is already a huge undertaking. Most bands change their vocalists and it fucks everything up. These guys have done it 3 times, 2 times, I don't know. And every time they've kind of landed on their feet, and it's kind of amazing. It's a testament to the songwriting and the musicianship, and cheers to them for that, man. I mean, they've done it.
Yeah. The reason I was making the face there a minute ago, Marty, is that, while some of the new stuff could measure up, I think folks need to be very careful about that, though, because when you go in to check out the Deris stuff, you do have to reset your expectations. That was the big mistake a lot of fans, myself included, had trouble with, and some do to this day, is they go into the Deris era kind of expecting, wanting, hoping, whatever, that it's going to sound, that it's going to be Keepers 3, that it's going to sound like those early things. And it's not. It's a different lineup. It's the same style of metal overall. It's European power metal. But Andy's got a different voice. They've got a different lineup. They're not going to pick right up where Eagle Fly Free ends and play that same style. If you go into those Deris albums, just all in on thinking, man, I hope this really is, just, more of, I Want Out and March of Time. No, that's a bad mentality to go in with, because you're probably going to immediately be like, this guy doesn't sound the same. These songs don't sound the same. This album doesn't sound the same, and you're not going to like it. You almost have to approach it as a different band. It is, Frank, I think it was made the comment in the chat earlier. It is really similar to the Ray Alder thing with Fate's Warning. If you go into Ray Alder era Fate's Warning, wanting to hear Awaken the Guardian and Spectre Within again, you are going to be extremely disappointed, and you're not going to like them. But you're approaching them kind of from the wrong vector. You've got to realize there's a reset here, and you've got to judge the band on the new merits, not just keep comparing it to things they did with a different lineup a long time ago. If you get stuck on that, you'll never get into the Deris era. You'll never get into the Alder era Fate's Warning. You'll never get into any band's later material after they go through a substantial change. So, yeah, the later stuff, I kind of agree with you, Marty. There are some albums there that, yes, are right up there with, among the best stuff they've done, but it is different. You don't, please, nobody go into these albums like, Straight Out of Hell or Better Than Raw or The Dark Ride thinking, all right, let's see if this is Keepers 3 finally. They're not.
No,
and
they are not.
Deris doesn't hit the highs. He doesn't have that voice. He doesn't have the voice. So you're never going to get Keeper 3.
But he's got a great voice.
He's got a great voice, but you have to stop expecting that Keeper 3 is ever going to be a thing like that.
As Marty said,
that moment is gone. It's been gone for a long time.
As Marty
said, is a great singer. His more mid-range vocal fits the sound of the band perfectly. Mm-hmm. It's not Kiska, so you can't go into it expecting to hear the highs of the highest of all high power metal. No, you're going to get more mid-range stuff, but damn, does he sound good on a lot of those songs. I mean, yeah. I mean, he's just, he is a great vocalist, but yeah, don't expect the kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So.
If you really want to hear Keepers Part 3 or the closest you're going to get to that, and Marty's already pointed them out.
Land of the
second
Free.
Unisonic album, was it Light of Dawn? I think is the title. Go if all this time later you're still jonesing for Keepers 3, go check out Unisonic's Light of Dawn, Gamma Ray's Land of the Free, and Gamma Ray's Somewhere Out in Space. I think those, in my experience, those are the 3 albums that will come closest to filling that void for you. They're all excellent albums. 2 with Kai singing and 1 with Kiska singing. It's all right there if that's what you want.
And if you
The
want
thing is-
something that's on the same caliber but not Keepers 3, but on a different level, is Lost Horizons Awakening the World. That is a mind-blowing power metal record. Mind-blowing.
There's a ton of mind-blowing power metal albums, but we will save that for another night, because we have made our 4-hour mark, as we hoped, feared it would. So it's probably time
almost.
to.
We almost hit 4.
You were going to
4
say
hours.
something, Matt, and I interrupt you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think, the strength and the power that the world got with those Keeper albums kind of worked negatively for the discography of Helloween as a whole. I mean, they are just albums that sit apart from everything else, and I feel like a lot of people keep expecting them to come back to that, or to hear something that's close to that, or something that is comparable to that, and that's just not fair.
It's not, dude. I was the same guy.
Fair.
I was that guy, and it took a lot of maturity. I mean, I'm going to be 51 in a couple days, and it took 2019 watching that live Vakken stream, and I'm like, you know what? Wow, these songs are really good. Deris is really doing a great job. I want to go back and try this again. And when I did, I couldn't believe it. I'm like, what have I been denying myself all these years? I mean, all these albums, 10 albums, I've denied myself a lot of years of enjoyment, of joy, and that's what Helloween to me is, joy. And, if you're so far up your ass, like I used to be in the cult sphere, then man, I feel bad for you, and I hope the awakening comes.
We've all been there, though. I mean,
we've all been there. I've been there, and I feel like I'm finally past that point in my life. But
yeah, everyone.
It's okay to have fun and
cult
smile and
mentality.
feel good when you listen to a record. You don't have to be depressed all the fucking time. It sucks. It sucks, dude. But anyway,
no, depression sucks, and we've all been there, and most of us have struggled with it at times in our life. But I wasn't joking when I said power metal is the best antidepressant, because it's hard to listen to that kind of music and not just feel better. I mean, it's almost impossible. And if it doesn't make you feel better, I don't know what to tell you, but it should, though.
well, cool, man. It was a love fest, and it felt good. I've been looking forward to this show. Obviously, they're one of my favorite bands, and I've said it before. I'll say it again. And no shame for trying to turn people onto Helloween, because it's good music, and you all deserve good music in your lives. And if we could turn 5 people onto something new and good that they enjoy, we did our job here tonight, boys.
Well, from what I saw in the comments, it looks like some people are going to be checking out Unisonic, which is awesome. I think you should also check out that Michael Kiske solo record, Instant Clarity.
It's a good one.
Add that to your list, everybody. Just expect a little more AOR style from him.
But there's some metal stuff on here too. It's not just
metal stuff on there too, but it is very much a Michael Kiske solo album, But yeah, I mean, fun band, fun dudes. I hope we get a chance to see them live. And if they ever come here, Marty, I don't care where they are, you and I, man.
Yep, my kid will be with. I promised him if they come to the US, I'd take him.
We're gonna be there. I hope it's in like San Diego or Los Angeles and not in Traverse City, Michigan, because
it won't be. Trust me.
Flights are really expensive still. So
I'll start training Parker to drive so he can be our designated driver, a 13-year-old. But everybody, thank you, Alan. Do you have anything more to add before we knock it on the head?
Nah, I'm good, man.
Everybody, have a great night. Thank you for joining us on this fun episode. And Matt, thank you so much. Everybody go check out The Dark Path. The link is in the description. Let's get this guy some more subscribers. He's doing the Lord's work over there in San Diego area.
You're far too kind. You are far too kind.
Cheers to all of you. Program notes next week. Alan may or may not be around. We will see. We might be here Tuesday. We might not be. Wednesday night, we're doing another album club on a Cormorant album. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head.
Metazoa.
Metazoa.
I'll put it in the chat for folks real quick.
Alan might be here. He might not. I might be asking another person to join us. So get ready, Kellen.
When are we going to do a Megadeth episode, Marty? We said
maybe
we were
when
going
the
to
new
do one.
maybe when the new album comes out.
Maybe that would be a good one. I know Alan doesn't care about Megadeth, but you and I can talk for hours about them.
Maybe we can get Zoller on for that. I didn't. What ABBA cover did Helloween do? I guess I haven't heard that. My band, The Glorious Dead, just did a cover of SOS. It's going to be on a split with Panopticon at some point. So Tim, let us know the name of the song before we shut off the box here.
Was it on
Anyway.
the metal? Was it on the Metal Jukebox album?
It
I know we
might have been.
We purposefully didn't talk about that one, but
We purposely didn't talk about it, but I've listened to it. It's fun. I mean, they do a good job on the covers. Deris, yeah, Raven. Yeah, I mean, I'd have some homework to do on that, but I've got all the early stuff for sure.
I got beat up at a Raven show once. That was not
you
fun.
did bullshit.
Got curb
Anyway.
stomped, man.
Yep, we're gonna jump, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. We really appreciate all of you. We love all you guys for hanging out with us and contributing to our show. Thank you so much. We like having you. We like getting you in on the conversation so much. Matt, again, thank you so much. We will see you next
week. Can I
week.
show it just one more time? Just let me show it just one more time for Alan.
My pumpkin is too drunk to hear that album.
So everybody remember, this chicken smells drunk and I like it. Cheers.